Hello, VOD viewers. We are good to go. I do have a game to start us off today. I forgot to actually pull it up. Oh, that's not the match ID. That's the stream title. Good thing I didn't actually copy and paste something super embarrassing there. Oh, would have ended my career. Anonymous mode on? Oh, anonymous mode not on. All right. Took a couple tries. I am, in fact, a professional. What's up, everybody? We're doing offlane replays today as part of role queue changing offlane to high demand. I think a lot of people are going through this right now. So we will give a little feedback, help out a little bit more. I, too, am working on learning.
Sub to White Tiny Fins.
Thank you so much. White Tiny Fins, now a subscriber. No ads for them. Congratulations. Let me make sure. Okay, multi-chat's working. It was a little slow to start, but we got both people in here, or both Twitch and YouTube. Hello, everybody. Let me get the timestamp set up. We have a game here to start us off. We're looking at this Dawnbreaker. Ancient Dawnbreaker 3. They're all going to say 3 today. All right. Where was this again? Let's read what they said. It's getting cold here, guys. Anyone in the U.S.? There's going to be some snow coming up if you haven't seen already. Make sure you're getting ready. That's why we started a little late today. We made sure to go out to get groceries because the next couple days are a little busy for us. Made sure to stock up a little bit. Okay, for Dawnbreaker offlane, let's see. I felt we lost this game because my team refused to group up as 4 and take Roche control or take an objective multiple times, even though I was telling them to. I had BKB for Nyx Carapace and Dawnbreaker ult would ult to join them. Yeah, that can be a pain with playing Dawnbreaker, is that the offlane frequently has to be the initiating role, and then when you're supposed to actually be follow-up and then no one else is initiating, it creates this weird situation. So let's see what happened exactly. Maybe we can guide you in the right direction. Let's just jump to like, oh damn, this is a long, I didn't realize. Holy shit, 70 minutes. And where should we start? Damn. Let's see. Okay, let's jump around a little bit. It looks like you guys actually had an early lead of like 3.5K around 18 minutes. So why don't we jump there, see your team supposedly do nothing, and then we'll jump around into some like different mid to late game, I guess mostly late game at this point, mostly late game situations of how your team should navigate around you and maybe what you can do when they're not doing that. Here, let's try around here, guys. Oh, you're against Nyx and Disruptor? Jeez, what a pain. What a pain for Dawnbreaker. It is a pretty good blade mail game. Okay. Well, we're gonna need a BKB. You did say you got one. We'll see when you get it. I'd say the next item is fine. I think if you got something else first, it could also potentially be okay. Like you got an aura or the Ags and then you did the BKB. We could maybe do that. I was still kind of like processing, so I didn't really see what... I guess I should properly diagnose this. Okay. Fight started. That's actually fine. Wait, did you smoke? Or did Clink smoke? Why are you smoked? Wait, who smoked us? It was you. I don't think you would usually be the smoke buyer. Oh, I should say I am looking at this. Looking at this on stream now, in case they're around to drop by. I don't think you need to be the smoke buyer because we're Dawnbreaker. Now maybe you're trying to make him do it like, hey buddy, why don't you head over while I farm over here, but Yeah. Oh, if you, instead of the Ags, or sorry, instead of the BKB, if you don't want that one right away, you could do, because Nyx Carapace, you can wait. Not perfectly, but I've heard a lot of Dawnbreakers say they don't mind the Nyx. Like, you just wait for him to show himself, and then you ult. The Glimpse is a pain, though. So if you got the Starbreaker Shard, you could try to do that. Time the immunity so that you can't get glimpsed. How do I get one of my games looked at? Usually I start the stream, I get one of the comments from before to start the stream, and then once we finish this one, we'll take a look at, we'll get some from chat. And then if people want one guaranteed, I'll do it for, oh shoot, what's my hotkey button again? Oh, I'm a streamer. We'll do it for $5. I've been thinking if I should be increasing that, because lately we actually have a lot of donations for it, which I'm grateful for, but at the same time, I do want people randomly from chat to be able to get it without donating. Maybe I gotta increase the price so less people do it, and then there's more random ones. For now, it's still the same though. We usually do enough that we do pick a couple random ones from chat though. Okay, this is a poor start for us. I don't feel like I've really been processing what's been going on. I'm gonna jump into the late game because this is a really long game, so I think it'll be fine. I'm locking in, guys. We're gonna process and give useful information. Here we go. Okay. Close game, slight gold lead against us, but it's fine. You guys steal the Wisdom Shrine. You're working on Ags. You have your BKB shard. Okay, pretty good. I would say you're a little far forward because you have your ultimate. You should be further back, and you have the BKB already, so we're not worried about this stuff anymore. You should be like behind them, I would say, if anything. Like, if you want to be nearby, you still shouldn't be in the front. This is where your draft is kind of bad. Yeah, I still don't think you... It's a tough call of whether you really do need to be in the front or not. I think Clinks is a tanky enough carry, especially with the items he has. He's a tanky enough carry with your ultimate as a save, and Vengeult as a save, and Lion to like counter initiate. I think Clinks should be your front, and then you all respond to what you see from him. I think if you're in the front, our posture's a little... Our positioning's a little funny. Looks like Lion and Zeus came back, so I think it's time to fall off here. The enemy is all... Okay, well, they're starting to show again. So you can just be jungling around now. Jungling all this stuff. That's how you stay rich as the Dawnbreaker. It looks like Lion has actually passed you this game. He's doing a... He's not really doing a particularly greedy build. He might just be farming more than you. Whoa. Looked away at the line and they finally got caught. Okay. Ember came back, and then I see a courier moving this way, so this is really scary. You guys should all just get out. Just, like, run into the trees and TP out, or you can try to twin gate out of here as well. Looks like that's what you guys were doing initially, and then you came back out. Anytime as Dawnbreaker... well, actually, this is true for any hero, but Dawnbreaker especially, because you're the counter initiation. Anytime everyone is missing from the enemy team, or a lot of heroes, like whichever one you think is the most involved in the plays, for example, early game, it would be Ember, and then a little after that, it's like Ember, Nyx, Disruptor, like whoever's been more active. When several of them are missing, we get more careful. And then now that we're getting into the late game of Dota, anytime all heroes are missing, we immediately do something very cautious. So if, for example, they had all gone missing here, we don't need to like panic TP home right away, But rather than like move forward, which could be in the direction they're going, we move backwards and jungle this stuff. But if I'm feeling a little bit more scared, for example, I saw that courier coming up here. I saw some of this stuff going up here. I mentioned the Twin Gate. You could also just like wait in tree lines, depending like where exactly you're standing. There's a bunch of tree lines you can hide in and just watch the map and see what happens. If you get found, you get found. But if everyone's missing and it turns out they're actually jumping someone else, I also need to react to that right away as Dawnbreaker, right? I need to see it happen and then decide, am I ulting or not? And if I get caught, no one is gonna come save me because I'm the global hero and I'm the save hero. Roya, I see the donation. Thank you. We'll get to yours after this one then. Which comes back to this death then. Like, it turns out they were going top, and then they ran into you first. We ideally want them to run into someone else. Though none of your team is there, so we don't want them to run into anybody. Okay, they're pushing top. Looks like Roche is getting close to spawning. Ooh. Oh. Okay, I think there was a misclick there. I think you did mean to BKB come in quickly. I think maybe you like accidentally right-clicked a little too soon and like canceled your own initial cast of the ult. No worries, we'll just call that like a slight misclick. It still has mostly worked out for you. So we got 2 kills. We killed Zeus. Or sorry, Zeus got killed, but we got Nyx and Disruptor. Mid, is this your mid hero? Yeah, mid for 2 supports. Not amazing. But with Roche, maybe instant spawning. Hope. You know, you can control this area. Take a look. If you want to also assume, like, okay, it's probably not instant, and then it'll move over soon, you guys can make your way here. Control up this area. Like, set that up. Notice all your wards. This isn't you, because I know you're playing the offlane, but all your wards are pretty defensive along the river, which makes it harder for Clinks and Dawnbreaker and Zeus, I suppose, as well, to make these kind of plays. Like, how do I know I'm safe in my jungle? Because they might have already smoked through all our vision, and we have nothing on their side to know if they're jungling or smoked or what. And at the same time, Invis Clinks can't go find somebody for Dawnbreaker to ult into and Zeus to ult into because he has no vision, so he just has to like blindly walk. So you really need to mix it up here. If you are the offlane and you see this kind of happening and you have the spots, I would recommend you buy like 1 to do yourself. Like 1 observer, 1 sentry, backpack it, and then like at some point you make it here, do it yourself. If you don't have the space and it's like too hard to do in a given game, I understand. Maybe nicely put it, you know, when you guys move out next time, it's like, ooh, can we get one here? Right? No, not in a like we need wards, ping them kind of way, just like a really friendly, hey, this would be a great spot instead of this. Hey guys, let's they keep farming here. Let's try to get a ward here as a team. You know, let's smoke over there and, you know, get her. You know, some positive framing of it. Okay, so right now, you used your ult, so it's okay to play with the team right now. So, like, we push in a lane, we do something. If you split from them, you can't actually join right now. So, sticking with them to push up to, you know, hey guys, let's go in as a team. Let's like take that tower and let's play some deep wards down. Right, now's the time to do it. If you actually back away now, technically your ult could come up, right? Like you make your way top, you push, and then it's up again. But in this window right now, this is the time to do things. And when you walk away, it's these 3 heroes potentially versus these 3 heroes, as opposed to 3 heroes versus 4 heroes, because I know I can't show up. And I don't know where they are because I mentioned the deep ward split. So you actually want to play with them a little longer in this situation. Plus, like, you can see top before you nuked it out. It is pushing a little bit into you, but it's not that bad. Plus, this tier 1's gone, so, like, the tier 2's over here. So, 19 seconds on the ult, you can play with them for a little bit, and then TP here, and then push your lane out. Or maybe you go with them into, like, this jungle, and then you can go through the Twin Gate and, like, deal with this stuff. So there's a couple options. If you had killed more heroes, like, say there was 1 hero left alive or 2 heroes left alive, I would say what you're doing is fine. Because because it's kind of close, where if you were, when you do leave them, it ends up not being in your favor, I would stick with them. They're all missing right now, if we look at the map. I know Disruptor is dead, but they don't need Disruptor to kill one hero, right? Just 2 of them could probably do it, could force out some BKBs and stuff. So right now, you don't want to do this. Right now, you want to be jungling back here. Without the vision on the map, if I just had to pick a relatively safe place, back here, it's going to be safer than here, which is going to be safer than here, right? It's just like tiers of safety, because this is their half of their map, and they have to walk out this way. So it's literally just the proximity of how close you are to their base. And back here is the furthest you can be, which is what we like to do as Dawnbreaker. Okay, you do just throw the hammer and back away, so that's good. Not too much risk. But I would say it's still a little bit more than you need to. And that might backfire on you in the future. Okay, I see Nyx bottom and Ember top. So now if I'm thinking about where might be safe to go, I'm thinking about making my way top. Ooh, okay. Clinks has just gotten a kill. So as a team, if they could keep pushing bottom, that'd be great. Zeus should go with them. And I know you mentioned like you were trying to get them to do this. I see you drawing on the map. I'm going to assume it's followed with nice communication as well. Sometimes they just don't. Sometimes the teams just don't cooperate. But your team's in a good spot to like push bottom and take Roche. Okay, you're top. So you still want to be careful right now. Even though one guy's dead, 4 heroes missing, they could be up here. Especially because from the enemy's perspective, like Clinks is down here and they should know. Like, should Dawnbreaker be near Clinks? No. Should Zeus? Maybe. The other supports, who should they be near? Like Zeus and Dawnbreaker or the Clinks? From the enemy's perspective, this should be like the danger zone if Clinks was here last, and they should be moving top. Are they? Yeah, you know, I don't know. But if we had to theory craft the dangers of it, you're starting to be in that danger zone. So I would want to still just stay in this tree line like you are right now, or even be moving further back right now. Okay, you are trying to do it cautiously, but notice you're still doing it before heroes are showing. And it's not really necessary either, right? Like, it's not like anything critical is happening at this moment. You can just keep falling back, being safe, and when this builds a huge wave and is here, you can do it under your tower, and it'll be fine. I would really recommend staying out of sight until you see a couple heroes at least. I think you can come in a little sooner. Oof. Let's go back. Let's go back. Around here will be fine. So this is when you're like pushing in the lane further, but I already know that there's a couple heroes down here, so I think action could happen. So partly I do want to push, but also I need to be ready to react very quickly and not be caught in case, what if this isn't all the heroes, right? So after that hammer, for example, I'm pretty sure you should move into the jungle and just like watch bottom, which you do. But what's your perspective? I guess you were looking like pretty instantly. I think you can probably ult already right now if you want to. I know we're not saving him, but it's just to like join the fight to help Clinks. Well, I don't have that much complaints about what you did, actually. I was gonna say, part of the issue here is less you and more that Zeus was not with them. Coming from LoL to Dota, do you have any up-to-date playlists for game fundamentals? I'm actually working on that because I realized over the course of making videos for, I don't know, 4 years or plus at this point, there are some that still hold up, even though they're kind of cringe because they're old, but like the info is still good. And then some that the info is bad and all that. So I've actually been slowly washing through a lot of my older videos, and I'm starting to create a playlist. It's still hidden, so you guys can't see it right now. But I'm going to create an updated like Dota fundamentals, MMR mentality. So like not game related, but like your own mental state for climbing and all that kind of advice. And then I want to work on a League to Dota video as well. I've been trying to play League in my free time to be able to make some comparisons and such. Yeah, I have a whole lot of ideas for 2026 content and updating, but I'm just really busy. It's been slow. It's been slow. There's a lot of ideas in the mind, but not as much practice, not as much progress happening in reality. Char, yeah, we are doing Offlane today. It's kind of working. It's kind of working. Get her. Get her. No. Oh, we got her. Okay, quick pause. All right, kind of close. We're working on an MKB. Oh, no. Okay. We gotta go push. Everybody dead, so we just shove things out. I don't think you have lifesteal on anything, unfortunately, but you kind of have this. I think you don't even have to go home. I know you're low health, but it's not like any of these guys could kill you. So I think you just shove lanes and you heal through like luminosity as you go. It doesn't change too much right now. You lost 2 barracks, but it's still like try to get Roche, try to find good team fights, try to push down lanes, you know? I've seen you try to draw the lines, so I think your idea of like the team starting fights without you is good. It's just your draft is kind of rough into that idea. Like you're hard countered by supports. These are some of the worst supports you could play versus, so your job is hard, and then you don't have an actual like straightforward initiator. It has to be Lion, which is very scary into what they have. So your draft is just kind of like a little tough. I'm not surprised if you're having trouble getting them to do it in a pub game. And the warding I've seen has also not been the greatest to help you guys out. Despite having the Zeus, I see we have 1 ward alive. For you, there's a couple times I see you're not farming as much as you could be, but it's, I don't know, it's like, it does matter, but also it's not like the end of the world. All right, let's get out there. We don't need to be like perfectly healthy, right? We're kind of wasting time while they're dead. You like half would be enough. You get out on the map, you start doing things, you can fall back again. Half to 3/4 would be plenty. Yeah, see how like, I mentioned this earlier. Well, what did I call it? Corporate hell. Dota corporate hell, where there's like middle managers just watching people do jobs instead of like doing stuff themselves. It happens a lot after team fights. Everyone's still on your own half of the map. Klinks is the only one that like really pushed. You dealt with bottom a little bit, but that goes back to spending a little too long healing. So you didn't really you weren't able to really make it much further out. Okay, so we are gonna try to smoke as a team. You are here. This is actually where you would split push, I think, but get her! Get her! We got her! All right, we finished Klinks. Klinks! Finish Roche. Klinks! Klinks! He's here! Okay, okay. All right, let's go get that tier 2 mid. Well, all right, Zeus pushing mid. You guys go push top. And then you don't actually have to take it if they put up some defense. You ultimately get this tier 2. The goal here is to open up the whole base, right? So earlier, we managed to win this fight. We use it to not really do all that much. But we win another fight, and we get Roche. That's what the first fight should have been for, is to get Roche. Now we have Roche. If we manage to win another fight, we want to win, or we want to get as many barracks as possible. So before you commit to that next big push, getting as many tier 2s down as possible means that when we win the huge fight right here with Aegis, 1 barracks, okay, there's nothing else. We go home. Doesn't feel so good. But if you can get 2 to like even 3, then this same exact fight feels a lot better. And you're going to have more money for it because you took the outer towers. So those are some things to do. Okay, so see...
Oh, huh.
Your corporate Dota mode right here. Look, this guy is pushing mid. This guy is pushing bottom, we can say. One person can handle both these lanes for your team right now. You would need 2 people to push 2 different lanes, but Clinks is in the mid lane, so he can cut this and then go forward. One person deals with this and then pushes bottom out and then joins the team. And now we have 3 people doing a 1-person job. I will admit, you are probably the best person to do it because of Solar Guardian. But Zeus is here, and he can also kind of do it because he has globals. And also, they are currently dead. So you, like, once you see this, you should just stay with them because this is 3 heroes versus 2 heroes. Now we've left it, so it could be 2 heroes versus 2 heroes, and they take a winning fight. And then we go, how did they find a winning fight when we have 5 heroes alive? And we go, oh, because 3 heroes are defending the base, but only 1 hero's got to be here. If everyone was out, I would say you're the one who should go back. But once you see them already out, you have to adjust to that and stay out. Especially because you didn't actually have your ultimate, so you left without the ult, and if they actually got into something, we'd have problems. Okay, staggered death. I do have the banner. We have to come over, potentially. Well, we have a lot of Aegis time. If you guys don't actually take this right now, it'd be fine. Static Storm used early too. Okay. I'd be okay if you guys just backed off here. 40 seconds, no clinks. Who's putting these? It's the same person. Gonna revoke these guys' warning privilege soon. Hey, Bayo, thank you. Yeah, I have one to get to after this one. I can probably do one of yours after. Favoritism, LMAO, heh. All right, one of those situations. I looked away for a moment. I'm looking back. Maybe I missed something, but I currently don't see anyone on the map. So kind of scared right now. And this'll push in. There's a lot of room. I'm not at risk of losing any buildings here because I've lost them all already. So I don't need to clear this right here, which if they were smoked, right, from here to here, and there's like an observer down I don't know about, right, this is where things are starting to get dangerous. You actually have an observer, so there's a little bit more safety. A lot of times people do this kind of thing without the observer, and it's within like the blink range danger. Maybe you're doing this because you have this observer, but I would still say there are smokes in this phase of the game, and we should be very careful about it. And we don't need to do any of this right now. It's fun. I see you trying to be safe. You like keep coming to this stuff, you throw it and you back out. So I know you're trying to be safe, but there's like one more degree of safety you need to do, which is like, I should simply not engage right now. I am trying to push as safely as I can, but actually the situation calls for the next level of safety, which is not doing it. I'm seeing that happen a couple times here. And while you're waiting for this, by the way, like, you're just out in the open, so any which way they walk, they're probably going to run into you. This goes back to, like, be in tree lines as much as possible, just because there's a chance. It's the same principle to why you don't just put the sentry in the middle of the camp, right? You, like, put it in one of these whack-ass tree spots, because there's a chance that, depending where they walk and where they sentry, they don't see your sentry, and they waste extra time. The same way with positioning. It's like, you're back from the creep wave, that's good, but we're in the open, so wherever they walk, they're going to see us. But if we're next to a tree and behind it at certain angles, there's a higher chance that they happen to miss us. We don't even know, it's just by chance. It's just luck. I don't even see them pass by me, but it does. It can only benefit me, really. It can't hurt me to be out of sight as much. You should just walk top. This one's not a rush. You should walk here. I do see what you mean about your team not really, like, going together to make plays. So, like, this kind of movement, right? Thank you, Javi. I feel we went over this, and I've immediately forgotten what J form to use. But thank you so much for the Prime sub. Here's another case, right? Like, you push in the wave, you're like, oh, let me get out of sight. Which degree of safety? This is more danger, this is less danger. Everyone missing, you should be going top right now. You should go to this side rather than this side. Run. See this? Get out of here. Don't even do this. Don't even do this. Now, yes, I actually see Disruptor here, but I don't see the Nyx. And that could be enough. PA and Ember plus Nyx, I'm donezo. They were here. We're kind of lucky we didn't die. They weren't ready for it. You're kind of leading the way. We don't have clinks here. A little iffy. Okay, 3 kills, not bad. You still have your ult, so you're telling them to go top and you're trying to go push something else. I do agree with this. Just be careful, because we could be 2-on-1 killed by Ember PA. Up to here is probably fine. Okay, now I see them there. I feel very fine. I need to see, though. I need to see what they're up to. I think there was some danger there. While you're walking, I don't know if you're looking at the mini-map, but I don't know if you're needed. I think you're clicking a whole bunch. Yeah, we're click. One click, and then take a look over, so you know. Do I have to help this clinks or not? Like, what is the situation? There's only so much I can tell from the minimap. I do need to come and see to figure it out for myself if I should be joining or not. Nice. Oh yeah, I was about to say that, like, this is not the time to click over. Stay. You were uncertain if you wanted to go to help the lion, and I kind of agree. Clinks is our guy. We help the Clinks. Oh, nice. Very good call. Okay, I don't want to stay here forever because this is like a 70-minute game. Your team is being a little on the passive side, but they are doing stuff over time eventually. Like, it's a little balanced out. There was a chance top for them to kill you when you were being in danger, and they were being slow, right? It does kind of balance out to some degree in a lot of pub games. I would say We've identified a couple small things for you to work on, whether your team is very passive or not. It'll help. Like right now, so many people are dead, and like, what is your team doing? Everyone like went home to heal. Everyone's too scared to be pushing. So even though she had a death timer of like 125, the lanes are like this. No one is over here. There's a ward on the cliff. Take the wards away from your support. Just put them in here. Take one. You don't have to take them all, but like take one. You watch this channel. You can come up with a better spot than these guys. You don't have to rage and flame, but just take it away from them. Take one away. All you need is one good deep ward. So like you don't need to take them all. You can have a bunch of bad wards and then just one good one. Okay, so like they're now all up. This is where I'm starting to get scared. You can do like this one more time and then let's play really safe unless we see a lot of heroes. Okay, I do see a lot of them bottom, so you can do this. Though you didn't really click over to see like what's getting used. If you could do that, that'd be great. Now's a fantastic time to do it. Yeah, your team kind of scattered there. That's not really on you. They just scattered. That'll happen. We just have to relax now and wait a bit. I'm gonna eat the ag so you can carry detection again. Sure. Yeah, you and Zeus are overlapping a lot. It's probably more Zeus than you. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, we're back. All right, everyone just wait. What did I just see? All right, guys. This is why these suck. Our one ward that we have alive is now gone. This is psycho shit, guys. Don't stun. Don't leave your base to stun when Clinks is dead like this. This is insane behavior. Oh, man. For you as Dawnbreaker, you can predict that the way they're set up, and you know the benefit of a cliff ward like this is that yes, I did see them kill it, so I know they're coming top. And if I had to guess, gonna put a sentry here and then take out my other observer. They're gonna push the final barracks, and you're just like here with your team. I know you are scared and you're kind of waiting for Clinks, but I am a little desperate in this situation. You know, we gotta like we have to play the rest of the map, even though there is danger to it. I'm pretty confident they're pushing top. Here they are, all showing all at once. And, you know, we'd like to be jungling this stuff, pushing down bottom. Your net worth is a little low for a Dawnbreaker who can be global. I know you also have the Zeus this game, so I know it's not just like you, but some of it are these moments where you're not supposed to be here. This is kind of okay, but let's refocus. This is your team right here. It's this Clinks. So we need to help him more than anybody else. So we're currently saving support Venge, and then Clinks is here in a fight to the death. And whichever carry wins here, probably gonna win this fight. Like if Clinks kills this PA, you hold this barracks. If PA kills this Clinks, you're probably losing this barracks. So this is the key thing to look for more than like, oh, I can hit this many people with the ultimate, right? Clinks. Oh God, get me out of here. Woohoo! Clinks did it. But we want to help him do it. We want to be safe. Okay, we're gonna move on from here, but let's see what your team does after winning this fight, and including you. All right, 3 people dead. We got to be pushing, right? Push the different lanes. Roche, nowhere close because it was just killed. It died here. So we don't have to think about that. Tormentor, maybe. But actually, looks like it hasn't... well, it's about to be up. I guess you guys could do it if you wanted to. You can just run mid. PA has no buyback. It was down from earlier. So you guys can just go straight mid. If you want to try to end the game, maybe. But you could also just, like, go mid to break backdoor and then tank the side towers. You have a Clinks, you know? Like, it's doable. Let's see what you guys do. Are we corporate Dota? You go bottom. Yeah. Lion. Stopping by the shop, maybe? And now heading to the team. Okay. This isn't too bad, actually. This isn't too bad. You should join. If you join a little sooner, you might kill that Ember. They all respawn. Trying to save him. Nice refresher. Uh-oh, it's time for PA things. Damn, what a bash. This is still kind of okay. You guys all have buybacks. If you guys had retreated a little sooner, you wouldn't have lost so many heroes. But it's still sort of okay if everyone buys back and you guys don't stagger deaths. I'm invested now. I want to see what happens. We didn't even have to buy back the others. All right, we're so good. We just need to smoke together. You don't even have to do the split push if you don't have to at this point. You just need a smoke kill. No Clinks, though. We should not be doing this one. No Clinks and missing a lot of enemy heroes. This was a pretty dangerous go. Clinks is ratting. Okay. Ratting without creeps. Okay. And then we go, because we killed heroes. We go. You. Go, guys. Go. Together. To go. Go. Okay, but now they're in the base and Zeus isn't here. This is too soon. Yeah. Alas. Need everybody ready. All right. I do see moments your team could have been a little bit more on top of it. I also see points where you can be a little bit better while you're like split pushing or not, and farming or the amount of safety. So we'll leave it at that. And then what do we have? What was the next one we were supposed to do? Okay, we have a Nyx one to look at. Okay, let's begin the download. Yeah, we're doing replay reviews right now. Most Mondays and Wednesdays we do this. So you're free to drop by, and it's a little random who gets picked. I do just try to like grab some from the chat, and then if people donate, we do it guaranteed. if you, I don't mean to like force people to be here a lot, but since I can't guarantee someone's game gets picked in a given stream, but since we do it so frequently, I think if you do show up a couple times, I think we typically make our way through quite a few people. And I think the other, like, even when it's not your own game, there's usually something to learn. Okay, let's start our timestamp. Nyx Assassin 3, Crusader. So we have to immediately accept our own flaws. Nyx Assassin is not a very strong laner. So we have to use that to... if you saw the video today, there's a lot of creep tricks you can do to bring the lane back, and that's what we want. For any of these offlaners who aren't that strong, possibly because they're not really the best offlaners, or they're like Necro, who like the first couple levels aren't great, you want to do any of the tricks I mentioned in the video today. So your team's currently smoking in. I would be careful of this. You can do it just because it's a pub game, but I know that Anti-Mage isn't with you guys, and then their lineup is actually pretty strong. So it's 4 of us into possibly 5 strong level 1 heroes. So I would actually be very scared. I would be okay not doing this as part of this being a Crusader pub, and we're just like, let's just send it. You know, I'm kind of okay with that. Nice mustache. And then from here, we can do the aggressive body block. Missing our chance. All right, see this jug? This is what happens a lot, guys. If this is scary to you to like do this kind of aggressive body block. So when something like this happens, then yeah, you feel a lot safer if you're like their team to do it, because you like chase out the anti-mage, now you're good to go. For this, is Juggernaut like, oh, let me make sure, you know, they were just in this area. Should I make sure my creep wave is here? Should I like walk in a safe pattern? Huh? Nope, straight down. Which is why in a lot of games, if you guys just like wait here, if you wait here, he sees you as he goes this way. If you guys wait here, a lot of carries, you know, see 3 or 4 heroes, straight by again, and then you jump him with 4 heroes right here. And if not, they won't body block my creeps, so there I go. And then you like, you do a little body blocking, he turns around, it's too late. He actually needs to run forward once he sees you body blocking. We also didn't return to our own creeps to do the trick, so we've missed our level 1 window. We're gonna fight Lion. It won't matter. If you kill Lion, let's say you killed Juggernaut. Let's say you killed Juggernaut and then you killed Lion. You two are such weak laners that they would still be okay if Equilibrium is here. If this was like a top level game. For a pub, yeah, those 2 kills might like break morale and then you guys might be okay. But you're not a good offlaner to start, and he's not a good 4 support. So we really care more about equilibrium rather than kills, especially because we're such a low damage duo. Like, we surprised Lion 2v1 and we, you know, got him to half. Other duos would have just killed a Lion like immediately. So if you want to play Nyx offlane, I'm open to it as part of, you know, pub games can do whatever. And Nyx isn't the worst offlaner you could pick. But his laning stage is definitely his weakness. And his strength in pubs is getting to level 6 and getting probably the Dagon or like whatever you want to build, like Ags, wacky shit. It's that point, not the lane. So you just want to like focus on getting to 6 and getting gold consistently. We are getting there. It could have been better, though. It could have pushed up sooner. And especially because your Warlock is going to do things like this that hurt you. And we're not going to flame him for that because we just need to account for that. Look, the perspective is he's going to make mistakes, he's going to make mistakes, he's going to make mistakes. So if I also make mistakes, then I am just part of the party. I need to make the good plays to balance out his mistakes, and we are then net neutral, and then these two are going to make mistakes and going to be net negative. So even though this guy counteracts me, they will just eventually do something in my favor. And that's all we need to think. Like, we don't need to think too hard beyond that. Look, like Juggernaut just like AFK'd in lane for a moment. Like, what was this? Just tanks some damage, doesn't do anything with the creeps. There's just gonna be small moments like that in your games, you know? It is ever so slightly approaching you. But with any of those tricks, it could be on the way faster. We do our own pull, yes. Creep wave here, we catch it. This is fine. It was a little messier than we would have liked, but that's okay. Stay a little closer to stun this range creep. Okay, still got it. We were a little far out. Higher players would have denied it before you got there. Oh, this is very kind of you. I would absolutely just let him die. Two creeps were low there. Range creep and the melee creep. The range creep's going to be worth more, so you might want to focus on that. Oh, you did pretty good there, actually. You got like 3 of them. As a Nyx, not the easiest. Stopped the pull. You can just connect these onto your range creep. 2 melee creeps will kill the range creep. This one's like off to the side. So rather than have to hold these back for a while, if you pull these out of the equation and wait for this creep wave, you could do that. But then we will have 4 creeps versus 2 creeps. And then he's also going to have his own creeps to hold. So we will temporarily be okay, but then long term, it will most likely come back to equilibrium. If you connect it into these range creeps, you'll kill this range creep unless they do something about it. And then that will push towards you. These guys will probably move towards this range creep, so then it'll start to bounce out. But where he's standing, it's very awkward. Like the creeps will actually like get stuck on each other, and they're not focusing him right now. So and instead we're like killing this range creep. If you want lane equilibrium, the more you can build the enemy range creeps, the easier. It's very hard to control once the enemy has more range creeps than you do. So we had a window there to get the lane to come back, and instead, look, we actually have more creeps as a result of our actions. And some of it is also Warlock, I admit. So this, you're killing this creep for free. He's bringing him under tower for free. So both of you are making mistakes. In this case, his mistake is worse than yours. But if he does the right thing, right? He runs around with the creeps, no damage, and you are sitting here tanking the creeps and killing the creeps, he's going to end up with better equilibrium than you. This is where it has nothing to do with Warlock. I know he's made his share of mistakes, right? But here's a moment where it's us versus Juggernaut, and then we need to be making the right choice to beat him out consistently. In this case, he made the worst choice than I did, so it works out in my favor, but that's not really the way I want it to go, you know? Maybe you were trying to kill this because you were thinking about doing the pull. That can work, but you are weaker. So if you can get equilibrium without having to do a pull, that's preferable, because when you do the pull, it's likely that they will come up and they will farm this, and they're stronger than you, so you won't get it. So they will end up with more gold, and you might have equilibrium as a result at the end. So if we had to do it, like, sure. But that's why if there's another option for you, which is like just hold the creeps and run them in circles and don't kill them, that's preferable because I get equilibrium without giving the bonus gold. How are we doing, by the way, on the last hits? All right, so right here, actually even further back, here, I just don't care what happens to this Warlock. Now, this actually is worth more money than any of the last hits, so I'm okay with this. You kill the thing. Oh, it might have just died, actually. I don't know if you actually got that. Anyways, let's say you get this, and then we're looking at this. There's nothing I can do to save him. He is dead. I will try to stun Juggernaut before he gets out of the tower so that the tower will hit him more. But if the spin lasts long enough, then, you know, that's that. All I care at this point is just straight back to last hitting. If I look to fight, it's a bait, because there's no way I, as Nyx Assassin, am killing either of these heroes on my own. Even if Lion was missing another 200 health, actually, with the amount of resources he has, he could be missing another 400 health, and then you still wouldn't kill him unless he doesn't use them in time, which, you know, would be fair to go for. But that's not the case. He has the health, he has extra regen, so all that matters here is getting CS, and in between, hitting my own creeps. Because you are a weak laner, but you're playing like you're a strong laner. And because you walked up, right, we ended up losing health and then losing like 3 last hits. And you might actually die now. So now we miss like, what is it, 6 more last hits. So I think it'll, ooh, keeping the courier alive, nice. I think the next time you play Nyx offlane, you have to have that frame of mind. Like, I am ass in the lane. This is not Nyx's strong point. I like Nyx because I like going invis and assassinating people, and it's fine if you want to do that, but that's going to come later. That's going to be level 6. That's going to be some items. So just do all the equilibrium tricks. Just focus on farming. If you have a really strong position 4, you can maybe think about kills. Warlock is not that hero, so we will only do equilibrium things. So like right here, for example, no creeps are low. I count the creeps. I have 3 creeps, 2 melee, 1 range, 1 catapult. 4 creeps, I guess, if we're including catapults. They have 3 melee, 1 range, 1 catapult. I have nothing to do here, so I take no risks. I stand further back. I don't need to look for anybody. The Lotus could be nice to get, but actually it's already gone, so they've already gone. So I actually move back right now. If you want to try to draw creep aggro off like Dragon Knight or someone here, you can do that. Just like click the top bar and then step back. I would say that would be good. You don't have to do that right here because they already have more creeps than you, but you could do that to help yourself along and get these creeps onto the range creep and then stun like the range creep as necessary. But instead, because you choose to walk forward, we actually enter this risk. Did I know it was going to happen? No. But if it was going to happen, where was it going to happen? Was it going to happen here? Or was it going to happen like down here? It was far more likely to happen here. So even though I didn't know where they were, what I do know is I have no interest in interacting with them. I only have an interest in farm. And so my positioning will then reflect that. Like where I go in the lane will match that. If I want to engage and I want to fight, I'm going to move forward and try to push people off. But if I am relatively weak and I am waiting for certain timings, then I don't want to engage and I will constantly move backwards if equilibrium is in my favor, which this is, right? It's moving towards me, so I don't have to feel pressure to do anything. If it's reversed, if our lane is shoving in and I am the weak laner, then I am more required to do something to fix equilibrium, which may require me to engage. So in that case, I might suggest like shoving the lane. So we hit the creeps as much as possible, but we can do that safely, right? I can still aggro them back and then hit them as much as possible to shove the lane and then try to do my own pull at 617 for this creep wave. In this case, we don't need to walk forward. We just walk back, and then we would avoid losing all this health. I think we might even die here. Wand, live, maybe actually kill him. So, okay. This is why I emphasize, I put emphasis on not worrying, because I know you mentioned like Warlock did not feel like he had a lot of impact. He's doing negative things, but you are as well. So we don't worry about Warlock because the enemies will balance him out over the long course of games. Like Juggernaut right now can stop. He wants the kill. He does not need it. You will never touch him. If you try to lane with this amount of health, Lion will randomly kill you with an Earth Spike. You simply cannot approach the lane anymore. So he has zero need to chase you further to get the kill. Now, he doesn't know. He's like trying to push the limits. It's fine to learn and experiment. If you're like the Jug player, like, I thought I could get him and get out. Yeah, it's totally fine. But he's wrong in this case. You know, he did the math wrong. He's going to feed here and you're going to live because spin is ending and you still have your stun and you had a couple wand charges. So a high level Jug player would not have dove. They would have turned around already, been very happy with the fact that you're done laning for the next 2 minutes, essentially. You're going to have to... I just finished looking at your game. I don't know if you... Oh, I see you reacted to what I said. So yeah. Got to see your Dawnbreaker game earlier. Uh-oh. Did stream just die? Wait, hang on. It looks okay on my side. Is YouTube also dead? YouTube stream seems okay. YouTube viewers, did you guys have any issues? Is it just Twitch? It's back. It ended at you're done with the laning for the next 2 minutes. You're going to have to buy a salve. Weird. Hef stepped on the power button. If someone steps on the power button, it's usually Jupiter. Hef will lay down on the top of the computer, but that's it. Jupiter will sit on top, and sometimes he'll lay down, but he'll also like stand up to mess with things on the wall. And then that's when he steps on the power button and holds it down, and then it resets. On my end, it said everything was fine. So I don't know what just happened there. That might have been a Twitch side viewer more than me. YouTube was the same. All right, maybe it was on my side. I don't know. I'm glad we're back though. Hopefully that doesn't get split up into like 2 separate VODs on YouTube. Not that it's the biggest deal. Actually, it is. It'll mess up all my timestamps. Please, YouTube, don't do that. I would have to go and fix every single timestamp. I don't want to. Don't do that to me. All right. Well, since it seems to have stabilized, we'll continue with where we're at. Hang on. Let me go back here. Okay. We have some problems. Here. We just got pretty lucky. Let's reframe, okay? We're refocused. We're reconnected. The stream is going. Here we are. Everybody who watched the video today, I'd like you to practice counting right now. Explain to me the amount of creeps in this lane right here. Content creator wish, I really wish we could change this. I want this gone. I want this gone. It's so annoying. If anyone has any idea how to fix that, I would love that. But as a content creator, this is really useless to me. It's a net negative. I know they weren't strictly thinking of that when they added this, but like it's driving me crazy. We have 4 creeps versus 4 creeps, but ours are all low, and there's a catapult here. And I am very low. And the Wisdom Shrine is coming up. So the ideal game plan here, while Juggernaut is dead, I need to get this pushing in my favor. So I hit my own creep. This one is already almost below half. Within 2 seconds of fighting, it'll drop below half. And then with my little pincer, I go, tuk, tuk, and it's dead. And then I back up a little. Actually, I'm backing up. I'm going to walk up and I'm going to go, tuk, and then I'm going to back out, and then I'm going to walk back in and go, tuk, and it's dead. And then it's 4 versus 3, and there's a catapult. And then I do that again with the next creep that gets low, but Jug might be respawning and teleporting at that point. And then I ask Warlock nicely to please shadow word me. And then as Jug is back in the lane, there's 4 to 3 creeps, maybe 3 to 2 creeps, and then the extra catapult. So it is pushing towards me over time. Warlock will head over, he'll stack, and he'll get the shrine, and I will just be like in this area getting XP, healing from Shadow Word and healing from tower regen. You can actually like, you can probably stand about here and then just like walk in when you see a creep getting low and then walk back into the tower if you wanted like to really min-max this. Instead, we're trying to kill the catapult. This is actually not the end of the world, but you see we're not like, while Lion is still on his own and he can't kill us, we're not affecting the creeps at all. Right? Could have denied that faster. Could have done some creep aggro to get these onto the range creep. Could just kill this range creep and then kill this banner creep. And then at that point, how many would there be? There would be 3 creeps because 1 just died. 3 creeps versus 1 creep, and it would be pushing this way, and then Jug respawns. So as he is alive, we are laning right here. So like, what can he do to me, even though I'm half health? But instead, we don't hit any of our creeps, and in fact, we're even using a stun to secure a creep versus a solo line who's like sitting way back here. So then we actually shove the lane back in a little bit. Even then, Lion also kind of matched it. So here we are, we're actually good, but then you wanted to come in for the deny as Juggernaut's respawning. And now we're going to be in trouble because that's the last creep. So everything is going to focus on me and I'm low. So you have to know when to call it to say, I want to get denies, but sometimes it's too dangerous to get denies. This is one of those situations. The last creep wave, that deny comes with a lot more risk than every other deny in the creep wave. Because once they're done with that creep that you denied, they're going to look to you. Unlike when there's other creeps alive. So in those situations, you have to be really confident. Yes, I can go for this deny and it's not a problem. This is not one of those cases. This is a problem. And now here we go. Now we're stunned up and the spin's happening. And you were about to lane here, right? You're gonna, we're gonna live, amazing. But we could be laning here with 500 health. Instead, now I'm laning here with like 70 and I'm sweating bullets here. Oh my God. We end up not getting very many last hits though. We are alive, but I missed that whole creep wave. But it's okay, he's shoving it in again. So once again, I have to just take this calmly, bring it under the tower and farm and chill. Don't go for this deny, guys. This range creep deny is a bait. Juggernaut can have it. Don't go for this one. You just sit back here. And then you aggro this further back. Lion's the best creep to get the lane back. All right, did we end up losing this game? Oof, yeah, rough one. Looks like we had a really rough time too. How did we end up in the lane at the end? So we ended up kind of poor, but honestly, Juggernaut does not have a lot of farm either. So I think a lot of what we said will help you have a lot better of a lane, even with whatever Warlock is doing. Like right now, this situation, it's pushing towards me. You don't need to take any risks right now. At most, 1 creep here is likely to die, maybe 2. All you have to do is wait, do whatever little tricks you feel safe if you think you can, and if not, if you do literally nothing, you will be farming here in 30 seconds. Bleh. So that's the skill. That's the power of counting. Here we are, 30 seconds later, but 2 of us are dead. So we got to know when we got to be patient. We got to know what timings we want, whether we've been winning the lane, losing the lane. It's going to adjust how I feel about what I want to do. It's little things like this. They're little, and yet they have pretty big impacts, right? The small choice between walking forward and walking back is a very small action. It's very hard to notice, to feel like, oh, that was a major choice. So that's what I mean when it's like, it's a little thing, but 2 kills, another loss of a creep wave. I think this is the second or third time you guys have lost a creep wave and you guys died. Silencer's here, I guess, in this case, but these are very impactful in the laning stage. So it's a little choice that is a big result. Okay, I do want to do Bayo's game eventually, but I will do a replay from Chaos Chat first. Let's do this, and then we'll grab. I'll do Bayo's later. I think I saw you annoyed at Warlock in chat just now, but I'm telling you, it doesn't matter. Warlock 4 will be fine in pubs. I haven't played a game since mid-October. Been thinking of getting back into playing. Should I? As long as you want to. Nobody has to play Dota. But it's a pretty fun game, as long as you don't let it get to you too much. Okay, so like right here, it's getting later in the laning stage, but we'll just use this as another example, because I am off of a rough lane. I am interested in recovering at this point if I'm Nyx. Like, okay, I just need 6. You know, get 6, and then we can start doing things. We can be alive at that point. I don't have to do anything. Looking at this right now, I don't have to do anything. 4 creeps, 3 creeps, or 4 creeps, sorry. 4 creeps versus 4 creeps, but this one's dying, so it's going to be 3 creeps soon, and this one's dying because Jug's attacking. Could Jug fix this? Yes. But I have 10 minutes of proof that Jug will not fix this, and this will shove to me. And so here, I don't have to do anything crazy. I don't have to go for any denies. I don't have to do anything. You know, these kind of stuns are all just pushing the lane back. Your stun baits the Fatal Bonds. And now, what should have been a very easy push this way, probably with all 4 creeps alive, maybe 3, and then you lane here until you're 6. Because we use spells the way we did, now it's once again here. Well, hopefully we'll just be doing several of these replays, so rather than spend so much time thinking, maybe we'll just grab it and go. I'm gonna do this one first. Since we just took a look at the lane, let's break off, go look at the mid game. But Jug is celebrating his farm by pushing. Shouldn't we stop it? Sorry, where did that happen? That's a good question, so I want to address it before we move on. I was reading through the chat to figure out what replay we were gonna do though. Was it like a minute ago? Was it when I was talking about like, we don't need to do anything? Where was it? I went back a little far. Was it this moment here where I was saying like, we don't need to do anything? Where's my timestamp thing? Dark Seer. So that Jug could fix the lane, but you have proof for 10 minutes that he hasn't been. Yeah, so okay, that's a good question. That's a good point. You're right. Jug actually shouldn't even try to fix the lane. He should just shove it and then focus on his own farming. Though you could also argue, if you know several heroes are here and you know you're stronger, he might have some teammates like waiting in, so he might be trying to bait them in, and in that case, he could try to fix the lane. But it's a good point that if he just shoves the lane in, he can then go and jungle. Now, from our off-lane perspective, okay, so should I shove the lane back so that he doesn't feel he has time to go jungle and we keep laning here? We might stop him from farming. But the longer we lane here, what is likely to happen? We fight. We have to get involved with each other into a fight if we're all laning here all the time. So then the question is that good for me? Like, can I take that fight? And if I can't take that fight because I'm really behind or I'm really close to something and I really want that before we fight, that's a good reason to give Juggernaut Dota's like a give and take, right? There's no, I stopped them from doing everything. It was the perfect play. I end the 1v1 fighting game with 100% health to 0. I 4-stock the guy. Perfect gameplay. It's impossible in Dota. The game is always give and take, and the way you come ahead is there are some outplays, but you choose the right times of like, I am relatively much stronger than him right now, so I'm going to go for it. And I gave him something, but that one wasn't as bad to give. So that would be this kind, where it's like, yeah, I'm going to let Jug farm for like a minute. But in that minute, I'm going to hit level 6 on Nyx Assassin, and then I'm going to sneak in and half health Jug. Got him, you know, like he gets to farm in the 1 minute we're up here and he's jungling. He's farming like this, and this would be like 160 to 200 gold. I see some stack. It's getting messy. Let's say 200 gold, you know? But then he walks back into lane and I kill him, and he loses 46 gold for the death cost, and then he's dead. It's pretty low level, so it's only 18 seconds right now. But in that 18 seconds, I shove a creep wave under his tower that he could have farmed otherwise, and he misses that. So it's kind of balanced out where he farmed the jungle, but then I killed him because I hit my timing. So it's like some give and take there. Line is a fed plump turkey. True, killing Line could be good. Killing Line is probably worth a good amount right now. Oh, he's actually only got one. I thought he had more. He is high level though, because he's been the survivor of these situations. But yeah, I think you will have a lot more success to kind of wrap that up. I think you'll have a lot more success on your offlane Nyx. If you didn't see the video today, check it out. Originally, when I did the original take, it was like 40 minutes of me going over laning situations, and then I decided that was too much. So I cut it down. I think it's now like 15 plus minutes, which is still kind of a lot, but it was enough to cover various tricks you can do as Nyx, and to realize outside of having a really high-powered position 4 and or the enemy is messing up, like we can take those opportunities. But your default mindset as Nyx Assassin, a weak early laner, is I just need to do everything I can to lane near my tower as long as I can until I hit 6, and then I can do other things. If you have that mentality, I think you'll have a much smoother start. Okay, while this one's downloading, I'm gonna get some water, and then I'll be right back. What is this? Divine? All right, timestamp it. I felt like my Crimson timing is very strong in this game, but what? Waiting the next message. earlier you were, can we check the mid game? Feel like I played the mid game really badly and could swing the lead earlier. Okay. And then I think you're adding in a little bit more detail right now. While you're doing that, I'm going to check the graph. So 10 minutes, where are we? Looks like we had maybe a little slow of a start in the lane. We'll skip over that since you wanted to look at the mid game. Team net worth, pretty even game for quite a while. Some back and forth. We are maybe the ones who need to be having a stronger start, though. Is this Ricky 4? Tricky. Ricky 4, air quotes. Actually, I don't think it's that bad, actually. I should have like a Atos or something, but maybe it's not that worth it with Legion in the game. Darkseer Ricky actually can work. There's probably more on the Ricky than you. Darkseer, so felt like the laning phase doesn't really matter. I understand, though I will say I do think Darkseer is one of those heroes who can have a much stronger start. Like as soon as your laning is good, not only can you win your lane, but then you can accelerate your farm a bunch because of Ion Shell. So there are games Darkseer struggles and will have a net worth like you, like 3,500 kind of net worth at 10 minutes. But you can also see Darkseers at like 5,000 off of a strong lane. Since your request is for the mid game, I'm fine with that. We can skip over the laning stage. But I guess don't undersell the like fine-tuning the laning stage. But I'm okay with skipping it this time because you are working with a Ricky, which can be good. It's double melee with the Ion Shell, which is good. But I know it's still like a little bit out of your control to be laning with a weaker support. Your team smoked up and then you guys like split off. So maybe you didn't want to join them. I'd say sure. But I mean, it looks like a pretty good timing. Like you have your ultimate, he has his ult. Holy shit, he's saving up stacks. I don't know what that's saving up for, but you guys have everything. I wouldn't mind if you guys like kept going together. Though, now that I'm looking at the map a little bit more, I see all the tier 1s are down. Yeah, maybe saving for... Because you're close to your item, so maybe you're trying to finish that, and then, like, if you called to play around Tormentor, that would be kind of cool. Support players, by the way. Doesn't look like they had one, but notice the whole team was here, and then no support was ready to place a deep ward off of that. With all the timings we just talked about, this should have been when supports felt good. I know we're supposed to be focused on the offlane, but I can't help it. My people, my support players. That's why you want to hold. If you only have 2 observers, let's say, you don't want to place 2 defensive because you never know when your team's going to, oh, they're fine. Oh, man, this Darkseer's been AFK. This Invoker AFK. You know, like, I can't play. Finally, it happens. And you got to be ready. You got to have your observer ready to go stick in here when they were finally with you. And now they've all been, like, put back here. Now you can't. So support players, that's one such opportunity to place the first deep ward is when your team is grouping up for stuff like that. You want to split yourself off from this creep. You send the creep ahead. Yeah, you send the creep ahead and then you just jungle. You don't need to be here risking your life. This is really dangerous of you. Huh. Easily it could be you instead of this creep getting focus fired right now. So you right now actually want to be in the jungle like here while your creep is moving in. That's how you'll accelerate your farm faster. Finish these items. You want like two different areas. Okay, I love the idea. You see Wind Ranger, you TP top. You best not keep walking forward because you'll ruin the surprise. The birthday boy's about to walk in the door and you like open the window and he sees you and you're like, hey guys, he's on the way. And then you like close the window again and he's like, what the heck? Like the surprise is so close. Yeah, everyone's in the house and we're ruining it early if we walk forward into this creep. Hopefully they didn't notice. Hopefully the birthday boy had his eyes closed. Well, in the end, there were some Veno wards which see us anyways, but the whole surprise is now kind of ruined. So really, if they don't want to fight you guys, they should just, you know, be everywhere else. Tormentor would have been good. When we TP'd in, if we just like ran through the top and jungled this stuff out of sight, definitely out of the lane. And if there's a Plague Ward, you know, okay, I guess the Plague Ward found us. Props to Veno. Can't know for sure where they're going to be, so it's fine. But I would say like going top for the Tormentor would be good. Teams don't always do Tormentor. I understand that, so we'll go here. I would buy, okay, I don't know what you're buying. I think you mentioned Crimson Guard, so maybe it's that, but definitely buy some components. I do this sometimes, I'm not gonna lie, when I'm really uncertain what to buy, and that might be you right now, which is fair enough. I also struggle with it. My advice, and my advice I tell myself always in hindsight, I'm like, I should just buy something, and then if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'll think about it later, but the right choice is definitely not sit on 3,000 gold, you know? The right choice is Crimson or Pipe, but it's not like, oh, Pipe was right and Crimson is dead wrong. They're both like decent, and then one's better for the given game. Hoarding money is always at the very bottom of the correct choices. Unless you're trying to, like, I don't know, Radiance or something, then yeah, you gotta hoard the money. But for Pipe, you know, buying the cloak, buying like this Ring of Tarrasque. For Crimson, you know, you could have the Vanguard. It's a very noticeable power spike up, whichever one you ultimately decide to get. Okay, I'm gonna point this out in a moment once we see this fight finish up. Okay, so it still sort of worked out for you guys. Oh, spoke too soon. All right, absolutely dog shit fight from you guys. it's kind of close. Ah! Okay, let's go back. Let's go back like a minute. So you guys were together, you pushed top, and remember, they knew about it because they saw us go through the wave, they saw us go through the Plague Wards. Coming up to this tower, all of this up to like here was pretty good. It is 20 minutes into the game, and then you need to think about the heroes on your team. Being in the top lane together as a concept is good. The execution and like where we're actually standing is very different. All 5 of us in the lane could be bad for reasons that we're all clumped up and showing, but in terms of helping each other, we are all together. Even you two, like Dark Seer on the left, and then Ricky and Invoker on the right, we're already approaching the point where you guys are getting far apart. And if they can kill someone within 1 second, how much time, like even Tornado, instant cast this way. It's like here, and then you die before you can be helped. It's early enough that it's probably not a 1 second kill, you know? But then we go even further. Like, okay, Drow's here. So Drow gets jumped, and you try to help. You know, you bought a Crimson, you bought a Pipe. Oh, let me use it for you. Even with Surge, you're getting here like 2 to 3 seconds later, and Drow from Duel and Haunt and a Power Shot and a Hook, is she still alive for my auras? You know, maybe not. You know, is Warlock ready to counter initiate as soon as they jump me here? This is actually too far apart, even though we're all in the top lane. We are scattered, and we don't have the mobility to go over high grounds. And another idea that I think a lot of people don't think about, let's pretend they had a ward up here. No, first they had no wards up here. So they didn't know you're here. They didn't know these guys are here. They didn't know these guys are here. Now maybe they see you in the lane, right? The lane creeps were pushing, so they go, okay, Invoker and Ricky are in the lane, and then Darkseer's kind of like in the lane. Now let's imagine one observer in the game, but where is that observer? It could be here, right? Sometimes you put observers on this left side. Sometimes you just like stick them in the lane. Sometimes they're like further out here. Sometimes they're over here. If I scatter my team Somebody is in the observer. I don't know where the observer is, but if I'm assuming, you know, there's a chance there's a observer somewhere up here. Well, let's make sure somebody is in there so that they can target us with a hook and a duel, and like everyone else is out of sight. So it's important not to scatter too far, not only for like the physical distance, but also the fact that I don't have perfect vision of the game and I need to hide information from them at the same time. But when we scatter while being in the lane and possibly in an observer somewhere else, like they are getting information and we are not. And then because you're over here, right, you're like thinking about jumping this Wind Ranger, but who will help you? You land the perfect wall. She doesn't have Wind Run, you know, she's a regular hero that is slowed by that. Who's hitting that? Nobody's hitting that. So this actually comes up in the Offlane video about like, who's your damage dealer? Make sure they are able to participate when we jump. And this is a case where Wind Ranger is a great target in terms of getting an illusion, but not actually something we can lock down because she has Wind Run. And we actually need these guys to finish the damage. Yeah, so that's the hard thing, right? Like, you have one idea, the like Wisdom Shrine, and I actually like that idea, you know, posture around there for the Wisdom Shrine. Your team clearly has a different idea of like, oh, I want to be like farming this triangle. And as long as you call out, hey guys, let's fight around the Wisdom Shrine, that's about as much as you can do. And if they don't do it, then the next thing you do is, okay, I also want to farm around the Ancient Triangle, you know, and then you head over there. Because I can move my hero, but I can't move their heroes. Unless I can, but then I might get reported for constantly griefing them by hooking them somewhere, tossing them somewhere, relocating, right? So we can only move to our team. And the most important thing is to be together rather than scattered. Okay, in the end, that fight was not the end of the world. We got our Crimson Guard. So it still goes back to, okay, can we like group up and do something? 60 seconds on Chaotic Offering, but they also used a pretty long cooldown ult, so I wouldn't mind if you guys just got together and kept going. This is actually a good example of a lot of us are bottom, but in the time it takes to... Let's see, where was it? Oh, I got a Crimson Guard, right? Crimson Guard, I bought it to counter Wind Ranger. Pew, 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 pew. Here it is. Last 130 health, you know, like, oh, I'm here. But if he had this for the earlier, he's completely living here. I don't really blame you for this because you were pushing, you know, you were pushing this in and your team actually went in a little far without you. Though I will say, part of how you're supposed to use Helm of the Dominator, have the Helm push the lanes for you and you keep your hero out of sight or with your team. Not always like every single situation, but it's a good general rule because even without the Ion Shell on the creep, it can still do what you're doing right now. It'll still push the lane. Oh, actually this is a Divine game. Sorry, I forgot to change it on the screen. It'll be in the timestamp, but okay, the gold lead still hasn't changed that much. Ion Shell a wave. You and Ricky can't really kill a Legion. You know, I spoke too soon. Damn. All right, Zach's eating his words. You guys managed to kill a Legion. Pretty good, actually. Tormentor, Roche, both pretty good. You guys just want to push up? Sure. There's one where you want to stay with your team. You can grab the creep real quick, but then you gotta run over. But also, we didn't have Drow in this fight. Drow is like decently strong. So I think that's some of the issue that we're seeing from your fights. Not 100% you, but like we are part of it, as is everyone else on the team, which is you guys are strong together, but think that's like the third or fourth fight we've seen you guys go into the fight not actually together, and that's how they're winning. Because Spectre is anywhere, right? Spectre can join everything. It's very easy for her to participate, especially behind the Legion duel. Their execution's a lot easier. You guys need to bait like yourself or Drow, and then when they respond, you guys pop all your AoE auras and items and abilities and all that stuff. It's much harder for you guys because it requires more coordination. It's not like actual execution is not that hard. Like, you just stand behind Drow, essentially. But getting everybody on that same page is a lot harder than Legion seeing one good person to duel and then asking Spectre to press R. That's very easy. Okay, you're getting scared, so you're backing out. Your whole team should be a little careful right now. Ricky should go do scouting to find what they're doing. Okay, they were just like mid. They seem to be headed tops. Here's where you'd be careful. You can go send your creep to scout, and then you go either jungle this stuff or hide. Kind of like running in. This is very scary. Just send the creep into the wave. Yeah. You stay out. You go even like, you go hide. I know you're going to miss some XP, but recently a lot of heroes have shown top. So lose some XP to increase the odds of survival here. And then if you were going to stay up here, you best get in this tree line. And now we best run. But a lot of this, I know you'd miss some XP from the lane, but for example, your creep could be pushing in the lane while you were jungling this entire time, and then your hero would be safer. You'd be getting more gold, and then depending how much you can jungle, you'd be getting maybe less XP than being in the lane. More than being dead, though. I think you're a little too worried about having the Ion Shell on the creep all the time, by the way. It's nice. Send it off with Ion Shell. If it doesn't have it, it's fine. You know, every other Helm of the Dawn builder, they farm perfectly fine without having the Ion Shell. You too can do it. You know, the Hellbear's actually the best, one of the best ones, because, like, claps really good. Amazing combo. Wait a minute, where's the others? Wait a minute. So this goes back to, is my team ready to participate? So that is really tempting. You know, they're all in the pit. I want a wall. If we want to argue like, oh, I stopped them from doing Roche, that's fair. I think that's okay then. But if we are thinking about, you know, getting the team involved in the wombo combo fighting, we have to make sure they're nearby. Roche, grab someone. Do it, Roche. Spectre, get her, Spectre. Oh my god, that's gonna kill Spectre. Ah! It actually killed Spectre. Roche. Roche is dire. All right, it would be wrong to do Roche after that. He is clearly, please don't kill me. You know, you guys can win without me, so you guys should just go push. It would only be fair. It's only fair. Roche did his best. He got you a Spectre kill. Otherwise, finishing Roche is the, you guys are kind of assholes, but like, it is objectively the best choice. Uh-oh. Well, getting Aegis is still better. Invoker probably should have been a little bit more careful of that. You don't all need to show here. There's farm here and farm here. Between the two of you, if you're really close to an item, sure, you can make a case for it. You're probably closer than Drow is. But as a general rule, Drow should be the one farming it while you stay out of sight. Well, it would depend on the game, actually. But it doesn't need to be two of you. This is just extra information to the enemy and decreased farming efficiency between the two of us. Someone should be jungling and staying out of sight while one person clears the wave. And it would be better for your team in multiple ways. Where are we going? Let the courier do its job. It's paid its wage. You don't need to walk back. Stay closer. All right, at this point, we just need to go as a team. Let's see how long it takes us to get together. We lost someone first. Right, their pickoff lineup is pretty good. Oh, overcommitment though? Okay, they got the Aegis. In the end, still kind of worth it. Your mid lane's pushed up, so you guys go straight mid, you take this tower, and then you can choose to push another lane. If you have a creep, so Warlock's ult in this case, your Helm of the Dominator, or Forge Spirits, one of them should be sent top to push in top. And then what you guys will do is go mid, take this tower, push mid a little bit, and then when they fortify or something, you come here and do this. Though actually, you guys have a good enough push lineup that you might be able to just like take this as well. All right, we are going mid. We're leaving mid. Okay, that was pretty quick actually. Veno kill. Not that far from mid. So let's head back over. Helm Dom one of these creeps. Ion Shell Surge at bottom. And then go mid with your team. All the summons are just walking in mid feeding. None of them pushing another lane. And now Drow's being hooked out. Oh, maybe we saved her though. Okay. Here we are. We're taking some extra time on it, but it's kind of happening. Okay, but do I need to kill anybody else? No, especially as they start respawning? No. So, you need to be very careful about this kind of stuff. It's perfectly fine to just watch Drow hit this with Forge Spirits. They can't stop you, so you don't need to get more kills. Now, if you can get kills really easily, sure, but Spectre's about to respawn. This is very scary. Look, half the tower died, and we didn't have to do anything. Drow just hit the building. I just need to make sure she can hit the building. Oh, shit! Also, we need detection. I forgot to mention that earlier, but she's had the Ags for a little bit. She can't keep getting away with this. Actually, you need a gem. You guys can actually win the game. Drow can do it. With that last Aegis, if you guys had bought a gem and played together, we could be talking about ending the game. I know in a pub it's very tough. Oh shit, there it is! Warlock's doing it! Now we definitely have to stay together. Alright, creep into the lane, we jungle. Or we spend this time walking towards our team. Because your ult is about to be up. Pretty scary. I'm buying a Ghost Scepter. Okay. She's kind of on the way to the... I think if you click through the items, you would have seen she's already working on the Nullifier, and then you don't need this Ghost Scepter. I looked at items for a moment, and then I... Alright, Drow on her own right here. Everybody has to go behind Drow. Nobody is showing on the map, and then we're going to show in another lane. And then Ricky thinking about also going. And then Drow shows in the lane after Darkseer showed in the lane. Instead of just like using multi-shot from Fog of War or waiting for this to show here. She's like as far forward as possible. Oh, that combo's pretty good actually. Oh my god. Damn, if only there was some kind of hero who could right click in the fight and would do a good chunk of damage. Something like a bow and arrow. That's probably that's more Drow's fault than your guys' fault. But once you see her out, we got to get over there. And now that we lost this fight, you guys should not even stay up here. You should be all moving mid and bottom to go shove it out. Now, you guys can't fight this without what's her name? Without Drow. You're not supposed to be able to fight this without Drow and Ricky. But the enemies will always make mistakes. What can you do? This is the equivalent, you know, earlier when I chastised the Darkseer for like jumping into the base, even though Drow could just sit here and hit the tower. He didn't get punished for it, so it's fine. This is the equivalent, where this is such a free tier 2 tower, and then Legion's like, oh, you know, back here while one guy is here and the rest of her team was like already falling back. That's the unnecessary looking for more when you can already take the objective, but you're still trying to get even more kills. All right, Drow's up. So we just click down the base. No Legion for 30, no Haunt. This is the time. Oh, Haunt's back up. Roche isn't bad either. Invoker should stay with his team here. These are those coin flip moments, guys. You sometimes hear me say this where it's like, it's just a coin flip of whether you win or you lose in a lot of pub games. Because this is... like... what's my button? All right. Mini-map time, guys. We'll go back a little bit. All right, so Spectre has Haunt. Her being bottom doesn't count, because she could just join her team right away. Our team smoked, but Invoker TP top, so then Drow's like, I'm done. I'm gonna go back here and farm. As Invoker, like, comes back in. And then Legion is showing mid, and then Pudge is here, but, like, where are the rest of the heroes? Who knows? So what do? We jump the Legion, of course, and then we hope that the rest of the team that is not showing is not here. And would you look at that? They weren't. So then we kill Legion. Let's go back in time again. All right, now we are the Radiant, and we have a really good pick-off lineup. Nobody is showing on the enemy team, though. So here we go. We're just going to, like, all split. And then Legion gets jumped by the Ricky. And it's like, oh, should I go for the Ricky or should I run? I have no idea. Like, is Ricky on his own or not? I mean, he's going on you, so assumedly the rest of the people are there. But there's no reason to, like, be out here and then get caught like this. But at the same time, what if Ricky had been on his own and then the other heroes were gone and then Legion actually chose to duel him? It would just be the coin flip of like, I hope this guy's on his own. I don't have the information, but I'm going to pretend like I do. It's these kind of moments that are, they can be directed by shoving in the lane because you build Helm of the Dominator. Support players, you put down the different kind of wards. Those are like the two main ways to do it. And then they're not such coin flip moments of, I hope this works out for us. Get him. Once she's dead, though, now I know. Now I know that they can't all be here. So that's a good play. You go get this tower. This kind of thing is extremely dangerous versus Wind Ranger and Spectre. I feel he should die, right? From this, as the Radiant, you're like, ah, shit, we just lost those heroes. We're going to lose Roche. And then this guy shows here. You're like, well, I can't go Roche. Let's go kill Invoker. Wind Ranger should be TPing top right now if she has it available. Will they have detection, though? Damn. Impossible. How could one be prepared for Invis? There's just no way. Ah, coin flip. Let's hope he's alone. He was not, but still killed him in time. The Cataclysm. I don't think that hit anything. The mobility. Okay, but where's your Drow Ranger? Where is she? I would like to note the 10,000 gold difference between Drow and you. Not that you know the exact amounts in the game, but as you play, you want to develop this feeling of like, who is the important hero? It's Drow. She is my girl. I must protect her and not chase after other women. This is infidelity, Darkseer. Incorrect behavior. All the knowledge in your pointy head hasn't taught you that. Let's go back to Legion, though. Let's look at her perspective on this. Okay, her team is respawning. Her map is completely dark. Her team just showed top, and then she just saw someone flash here. And she TPs straight into the lane, in the front, too. Not even, like, in the back, in the trees or anything. Just straight to the front, sees an Invoker, and then she's like, yeah, duel. Let's hope Invoker's on his own and I kill him, or I'm feeding. You don't want to do these, guys. You want to be very careful till you get more information. She actually did kill him because the team didn't, like, you know, they couldn't save him fast enough, but it's still not the kind of thing you want. Where are we? Oh yeah, Darkseer. Dual damage is dual damage. That's kind of true. Dota's changed forever. I think it's just going back to what it was, right? Before we had ranked roles, you just had to lock in your hero and yell at people to submit, and whoever was more stubborn got their role. But you had to play multiple roles in the old system. Now, it's ranked roles, so it's a little bit more organized, but you'll have to do some playing of other roles. I don't think that's that bad, personally. They're prioritizing queue times over everyone getting the role they want. I don't think that's strictly wrong. I wouldn't hate a system that is like, okay, you only want to play support, then you only queue support. It's like, I actually never played MMOs, but I assume it's similar, where the MMOs had different, you know, we have a tank, we need a healer, we need a DPS, and then all the DPS people for the raids are like, I need a tank, any tanks, need a tank, tanks. Does anyone want a tank? We have 5 DPS here, I need a tank. And everyone's sitting there looking for a tank, and the one guy with the tank comes up and he's like, boom, instant straight into the raid. Raids are easy to find. What's everyone complaining about? Raids are so fast. Everyone else is just sitting waiting for it. But you get to play your role. You get to be DPS. You get to be a tank. You get to be whatever. So it's like, if you want to do that, that's fine. Dota, like, if everyone wanted to be their role, you would just have to queue for a really long time. This allows more flexibility, so matchmaking can be faster. I would also argue it's actually better for the players. They may not like it, but I think it's actually better to be forced into playing multiple roles every now and then. Ideally, you would do it intentionally and of your own control, but having Valve mandated variability, I think, is an interesting way to do it, or like it just is the way it's happening, where people get to experience other roles, and it's actually good for you to learn and improve if you use it as an opportunity to do that. I do understand it forces you into some different stuff you may not want to do, but I don't think there's a perfect system. Because like if they did do it where like you can pick the one role you want to play and that's it, then you're going to have to be okay queuing like 25 minutes sometimes. And a lot of people instantly complain of like, this queue time's so long and you guys are only at like 5 minutes. You know, it would get a lot worse. So I don't think there's like a perfect solution. They ultimately made their choice of like how they want to do it. RuneScape is an MMO, but I didn't interact with like anybody. I love the idea of MMOs. Every time I've ever played one, I don't talk to anybody. I play by myself. Buddy, when you have the gem, make sure you stay with the team. Remain faithful. Remain faithful. This is the one. It is her. Stay with her. The gem with her. I have like social anxiety approaching people. I know it's funny from a content creation perspective, but I really don't like approaching people that I don't have to. If it's mandated, like it's your job to go introduce yourself to this person, like when I was working, I can do that. It's like, oh, you have to answer this phone as part of like working the, like working in the restaurant. Yeah, I can do that. Take out orders. Hello. What do you want to get? Me having to call a restaurant? No. Me having to say hello to someone in an MMO? No, I'd rather just play by myself. I'm much better about it now. Now I just don't have the time to play MMOs. But like back then when I had more time in school and all that, and I would try those games, if I didn't already have a friend group like playing the game, you know, I'd play with them, that's fine. But I wasn't someone in the MMO being like, hey guys, what's up? You guys fishing over here? What's your fishing level, guys? I was just starting random shit. Hate me. Hate me. Okay. I think we've given some advice on this one. I think we can move on. Aura builders like Darkseer. The aura, well, okay, in the end we ended up with one aura, but we steal a couple with Wall of Replica. Remember, the aura is only good with the team. Otherwise, it's just a singular item. One is just me on my own. So try to stick to like multiple teammates once like the fights go on. And when the fights go on, there are times to chase off on your own. I'm not going to say like what you did was always wrong. Sometimes you are the one who like breaks off and kills someone and then rejoins. But as a general rule, if you're not sure, pick your person. In this case, it's the drow. And okay, you know, a little bit far away. And then like, oh, I'm getting, you know, I better turn back. I better, you know, stay to the drow. Because she is like the full damage and I am here to enable her. It is time to activate White Knight mode, guys. Just stay with Drow. Protect her even when she doesn't think she needs it. Assist her. Okay, I'm gonna do this one real quick, and then Rhizome. I saw you donated. We can hop to yours in a second. This one's from Bayo. I want to check this one out real quick. I just realized I'm not that efficient yet with the Dom creep, especially. Me neither. I know I pointed it out, but when I tried Centaur the other day, I was struggling to like micro and everything. I realized it's hard. I'm not blaming you or anything. No flame. But it is it's like a point to improve on, right? To when you first get the Helm of the Dominator early, you can keep it with you to try to get kills. Because at that point, the Helm of the Dominator creep is actually quite strong. You know, you're finishing it, let's say around the 10-minute mark, give or take a couple minutes, depending how soon you're rushing it and how well you're doing. It's pretty strong at that point. So you can use it to fight and kill heroes. And then as you get later into the game, you know, as even like 15 to 20 minutes onwards, the creep starts to drop in value in terms of how much it can do in a fight. Because, you know, Drow, the creep's dead. She crit it, you know? It's like, that's it. So at that point, its true value is, or I won't say it's true value, but one of its best uses is multifaceted plays. So like it's pushing the lane and I am doing something else. Two different tasks between me and the helm of the Dominator. All right, let's watch Bayo feed. I looked away and he fed. What's up with that? Let's go back. I was mostly joking. What happened in this level 1 fight? Okay, we going, but we're kind of scattered to... I think there's a smoke bug. I think everyone is smoked right now, but some of the smoke people are in the back. All right, and we just ran up here. In a lot of pubs... Okay, actually, hold on, guys. I completely forgot to do all my prep work. Legion Commander. This is Ancient. And then I'll do it here too. Also Ancient. Okay. Timestamp activate. Okay, good. We didn't actually say anything useful yet at this point. This is one of those rare cases where they smoked. They're a little staggered, but you don't get punished for it in a lot of pubs because usually the enemy team is also like doing random stuff. But this is one of those cases where the enemy team actually came here together and we came in staggered and we see where it backfires. I'm not gonna worry that much about it because like I would also blindly walk up as most pubs go and just like hope it works out. But if you want it to be really specific tryhard, yes, that's technically the incorrect decision. Let's see this. Bayo, let that first creep go through. Let it go through. Oh, if you can get the range creep in front, that can also work. All right, let's see who... So this is double melee versus double ranged. So I kind of mentioned this in the video. This can work because actually you see the lane is a little further out. So like we have access to the range creep where usually it's under the tower. Tiny can potentially like cut through the tree lines to hit these range creeps. Sorry, ranged heroes and like avalanche or toss them back in the future. So there is value to getting the lane to come back and then like fight for it. But then we take the actual heroes into account, double melee versus double ranged. And now I have to do more to these creeps to make the lane pull this way, push. Otherwise, it's 4 versus 4. These two can hit these creeps when we're too scared. And then like they'll actually keep the lane here. So although the equilibrium pushes up momentarily, it will then like reset here on the next wave that like just spawned. Like these, right? These are supposed to meet like right here. So this first wave is a little further out, but everything else after will be fine as long as they don't screw anything up here. So yeah, Bayo has to come up and like keep doing this creep aggro to try to make it happen. And as a result, he's now lost half his health and he's going to lose this range creep. Drow gives him one back though. Nice. And then Tiny's going to attempt the creep drag. So it sort of does work. We end up with some equilibrium things happening. We have this one creep here. He is looking like he's going to do some creep dragging coming on here. But Drow also has these two creeps alive. So the correct play for Drow is to bring it over and intercept this. And then we're going to lose equilibrium again. She may just stand here and kill these and go under tower. That would happen in a lot of pub games. She is keeping them out of the tower though. And so she will continue to maintain equilibrium. And now that she sees the creep drag happening, now she's like, what do I do? I guess I bring him under tower. She's trying to like now run through even though she had the space to go this way. It's suboptimal, but this is actually not bad. You see she has a mostly healthy creep wave here as Tiny has this one. So that's why those like level 1 first wave creep tricks are so good in the offlane. We could be in a very similar situation without losing much health. And without having to strictly resort to creep dragging, though we may still have done it. Senor Yappy, I see your donation as well. Thank you so much. I will make sure to add to the list. We'll get to yours. Thank you for buying the voice line, Cookie Killer. I appreciate it. I'm glad you like the content. Thank you for watching it. And for buying the voice line. I'm still kind of... That is still one of the more surreal things to me that I am in the game as a voice line and a sticker and all that, and that people bought it, you know? I am very humbled and touched anytime you guys mention it or I like see it. It's kind of crazy. How are we doing on last hits? This is all real messy. Okay, so we're back here. Range creep, cool, okay. So things got messy. If we have a moment to take a look, we can. I understand in the middle of lasting is tough, but if you look at this situation, guys, I'm gonna tell you what's gonna happen for the next minute right now. And they may change this path, they may change the future, guys, but if everything follows the appropriate lane creep destiny, he's gonna lane here for a bit. He can probably deny 2 creeps at most. Maybe less, maybe more a little bit. It will then push up a little bit. Over here, these creeps are gonna stay and fight, but everything here is pretty low. All 4 of these creeps are going to live. 1 at most dies, but I really don't think it will. They will return to lane. They will fight the weakened creep wave here, the 2 or 3 creeps that are living from this and pushing up. They're gonna fight probably, if I had to guess, somewhere around here. Yeah, actually a little further. I'm gonna say here. And then it's gonna come back this way. Beyond that, I don't know. It may like start moving up and down like this. That's what happened in a lot of pubs. Especially because there won't be any camps anymore. I think this hard camp was blocked. So with no camps available, and now we're laning here, we should be locked in a situation like this. And then Tiny just needs to make sure these camps stay blocked, or at least the small camp. And then hard camp, you just contest. And then 2 ranged heroes, long ranged heroes, have to stand here and deal with Tiny Legion. And up here, that sucked, because getting to Legion and Ancient Apparition, even out of the tower, they would just step onto the tower, and that was it. Now there's all this space. And actually, I saw a YouTube comment on today's video asking, like, how do I lane versus Drow and Clinks? And I typed something up, but this is the situation, right? Like, this is where you want to be versus Drow and Clinks and these ranged heroes. Up here, they poke us nonstop, and we have a bad time. Now, they could still poke us, but at some point, Tiny might, like, surprise them, wrap around, especially as it turns night, and here, Drow gets, like, tossed back. And once she is next to Legion, she's not going to win that fight. So now she has to run, and you have all this space to run. Run her down, and then you get away from her. So this is where they want to be. Hitting some of his own creeps. In the end, we denied a little less. Ooh, missed that one. And then we pushed up further, even further than I thought. So less of our creeps got denied than I thought, but the lane is even closer to us. We don't have to fight. But let's say we wanted to fight. This is what I mean, which is that these kind of opportunities don't happen when you're laning right here. Because why would they? Why would they need to go out? They're just going to stand here where you can't touch them. When the lane comes back, sometimes plays like this open up, whether they should or not. As I look at this, I don't know that you really need to be engaging in this, and I would just like maintain the lane here. Good luck, Tiny buddy. I guess we can see what happens. You guys ended up killing the sentry. Okay, didn't really lose too many creeps for that. I think you lost 1. The banner creep! Gotta prioritize that one. That one's worth more. I'm not gonna worry on timing, though. I have seen you miss a couple creeps just based on timing. Seemed like more fighting going on, right? And then the chase ends, right? Because Drow gets to her tower. It's too hard to chase. But at least there was some room to chase. Ignoring the should we not. The possibility is now available compared to when the lane is always here. You just can't move. You got to do something to get it to come back, and then this kind of stuff can happen. But I will say, I don't think you guys should actually be engaging with this yet. I think you should have been happy just like farming back here. Because we didn't farm, this is actually pushing back, and we really didn't get that much CS from it. Because we kept getting pulled into this stuff. All right. This is at equilibrium right now. We need to mess something up because these creeps took too much damage. So our creep wave is going to kill their creep wave, and then the tower is going to kill our creep wave. So then the equilibrium is going to be here. So it's our job to screw something up. Mess with the creep wave coming in, the one that just spawned. It's over here right now. You could body block ours, like put the first one forward. That's not as good at this point, but We could try it. Okay, Tiny attempting the creep drag, but this camp is open now, so it's harder. And then we come over. There are a lot of moments where getting her low, but I'm missing some stat items to make it easier. LMAO, the tip. So here we just, most of this lane, actually, I would say, we just need to focus more on the creeps. Tiny getting into trouble is his job. I know there's guilt to like, I should go help that Tiny, and there's stuff he could be doing better in regards to it. But if he dies, it's okay. It is his job to do that safely. It's not my job to help him. Okay, so now we're gonna come, oh my god, what a courier to get. We're gonna come do our own creep drag. Yeah, do not go over there. No, don't hit it. No. Doing a lot of enemy creep hitting, but it's okay because the next wave came in. Okay, but that one, not necessary. You had a massive, there's actually no reason to stop laning here. For the amount of creeps you have, and you have enough regen, you should actually be here until you don't want to be here. Like, for that amount of creeps, this is like a whole extra creep wave. It means how many pulls and stacks do they need to have to delete a whole creep wave from coming in to fix equilibrium? It's really hard to fix the situation unless you do something like this and then you nuke it. And now actually we're back to laning up here, and now I gotta earn it again. So you just need to like not use that spell. You just need to sit there and last hit. You really want your phase boots. New viewer, welcome. Have you ever reviewed Offlane Veno? I'm sure we have at some point. I don't remember one recently. We're doing them today if, well, I have to go through a couple that people have submitted with the donations, but down the line, if someone's got one, we might be able to take one. You'll probably, I need to play Centaur. Okay, so like this one is fine because we're not at equilibrium, and it's like, I'm gonna shove this in, and now as I disengage, Drow has 3 creeps on her, so she's gotta deal with that. So right here, we go through the tree line to avoid damage. I would actually love to get to this camp to attempt a pull. But I think if you try to go this way, there's too much safety for Drow to keep hitting you, and then we have a problem, and then we're not going to get a pull. I think you're forced to come through this tree line to Fog of War her, and then we hope we can make it here in time. Yeah, she's chasing us. We never leave in the Fog of War, and this guy cuts us off, so we end up dying. I think if you run through here, you have a better shot. They may still have gotten you in the end, but you would have ran away from the Ancient Apparition. He wouldn't have been able to cut you off. Yeah, I mean, he may have eventually, but it's gonna be like further and further, and they're gonna get more worried about it. Have I kept playing League off stream? Not as much. Between the casting and then the offlane change, I've been having to do all that. When I get too tired at the end of the day, like I'm too tired to play Dota, and I'm like burnt out from doing the content creation, sometimes I try to do some League, but I haven't had much chance to get into it. I've mostly been watching the various content of like my equivalents in League of Legends. There's a lot more established content creators in League because it's a bigger game. So I've been stealing ideas from over there to learn about the game. And also I've been like, oh, you know, that's a cool thing. I should try to do like a video like that for Dota. So my game knowledge is improving. My actual play time is not. I've just had too much going on. I think that's actually all. I don't think we need to talk that much more. The laning stage, the reason the video focused so much on the lane is because of stuff like this, which is pretty fixable once you know what to do. We can see how Legion would be having a much better time for some of the stuff we talked about, rather than have to resort to this creep dragging. And then like the rest of the game doesn't get to happen because we're just like way behind. So that's why a lot of the video focused on the lane. going to League after being burnt out from Dota feels horrible. I feel fine about it because I'm not like, I don't give a shit. Like one of the games I played, I got flamed already, you know, like I forget what happened. I think I just didn't know the matchup. You know, League is so matchup dependent, so I had kind of a rough time. But all the lanes were, and he was just going through the list. So it's like, it's whatever. I don't actually care because I'm not that invested. You know, I'm there for fun and to learn to bring people to Dota. I don't give a shit how I do in League, though I do, the ego in me wants to do well, you know? I care about that. But for me, it's all a learning experience. I don't feel stressed if like I go there and then I'm getting flamed because it's very low commitment to me. Okay, this time we are looking at Dragon Knight. Oops. Okay, I was just double checking. Names are on. I'm being shamed. Sorry, Bayo. It's because you're on my friends list. If you'd like to be kicked off, you could be anonymous again. But anyone in the guild or on the friends list will show up despite anonymous mode. That's another thing I would like changed if possible. My own name will also show up if I try to. That's why you see me in so many videos, because I mean, it's probably obvious, like it's easiest to use my own games to draw clips from, but then my name will be there while no one else's is. Yeah, to be honest, when I play League, like recently as I'm trying to learn it, I can see what's fun, and I enjoy learning a new game, even if it's different from what I like. You know, let's say I like Dota, it's the perfect game, and there's a game below that. I would still enjoy learning that game because that's what I, do. I like that stuff. But I can see, even into my very early steps into League, why I left and why I'm not like, oh, maybe I'm going to switch to League away from Dota. I can already tell stuff that I dislike. For example, now I don't mean to turn this into a League shit stomping stream as we begin this Dragon Knight replay. People timestamp here to see me shit talk League. This season, they just added these like lane quests. So like if you're the top laner, you have a certain quest. If you're the mid laner, you have a certain quest. Every role has a quest. And the quest is all, you get double value in your lane. So it's like, it's a cool idea to like, oh, I'm going to try to fulfill this to get this like power spike. But like the ability to do things in other places is restricted then. Because it's like, oh, you want to help your bottom lane, but you're not going to do your quest then. And it's like, it's forcing the style, which is why I moved away from League. I think it's fine if you like that stuff, but I like the creativity and the flexibility, which is why League, it stopped drawing me as much towards Dota, because Dota is very open, whereas League is like, you have to do this. I don't want you doing anything else, and I will patch the game to stop you. Like, you had a really cool idea. That's not what I want. I'm going to patch that out. You have to play this way. And the people that like to play this way, totally fine for you guys. Like, I'm not trying to shit on you. You like that style, and you're damn good at it, so that's props to you. But if you don't like that style, damn it, you have to do that style. Don't try to do anything else. You're not allowed to. And that's why I ended up switching away from League, I feel. And I checked back in now, and it's like, it's even more in that case. Like, hey, you guys are pushing a little too fast, so we're going to make it harder to take towers, because you're not supposed to actually take the towers quite yet. We only want to see them fall later. So we're adding extra plating to them. Hey, we want you guys to push the tower, so we're going to reduce it, and you're now heavily incentivized to take it. I didn't like it. I feel like it reduced the creativity. Sorry to any League players, I don't mean to shit on your game. But that was some of my thoughts on it. Okay, sorry, Dragon Knight, I fell off mid-game. Who should I be focusing in team fights? How do I not get so underleveled? Am I using my items poorly? Okay. I am I am getting off the hate train. I am locking in. Yeah, it's just a different game philosophy, right? It's not like right or wrong. The players get to choose if they like it or not. Oh, sick damage in, dude. Look at that. Pia lost half her health for that sequence. Let me... Before we look at the whole lane. Okay, so you did pretty well in the lane. Let's actually just skip the laning stage then, so we have time to look at other stuff. And even up to here is not bad. And then I'm starting to see what you're talking about, where like, okay, I kind of stagnate a little bit. Now, without even looking at the game, I will say, I don't think it's that bad if you did stagnate a little, because you are the offlane, and I'm looking at your team, like Luna's farming, Monkey King's farming. Someone does not get to be as rich usually, especially in, okay, it's kind of like back and forth. But especially in close games, there's only so much money on the map, you know? So if you end up falling behind, but then later you look and you're like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Like, I wasn't getting as much money, and I do remember times where it's like, I let Luna farm that. I let Monkey King farm that. Someone's going to get the money, and someone's going to get less money. Should they? That's then game specific of like, oh, but I really should, like, my ags would have changed the game. I really should have gotten that farm, and it should have been me instead of like that person getting another, like a late game Dragonlance, whatever. I don't know. That's a separate issue though. But if you feel like you should have more farm, then we can see, you know, maybe there are situations. Well, I'm sure there are, right? Every pub game we mess up something. So I'm sure there's a situation for you to get more farm. But if you're not like always with your team in the top net worth as the off lane, that's a-okay. Okay, so let's jump past the lane like we said. Something like this. You got the blink going for Orchid. Do you need it this game? It's okay, but there is the Legion. I kind of think something with armor. Well, it's not like I want to go ace. Maybe I do. I want you to pick up armor for your team. Like AC seems really good at some point. I'm trying to decide how you work this in. Could we argue for a halberd? Doesn't have as much right-click scaling as I want, though. Orchid's not bad. But I don't know if it's necessary. Let's say it's fine for now, and let's hope to get BKB and AC as like future follow-up items. I got Orchid just because Dota 2 Pro Tracker had it on the build. That's totally fine. You know, just following something in cookie cutter is a-okay. This game, I think it's not bad versus Weaver. And then to like, you know, she won't have the blink in the early game when you stun her. Like stun, then silence. And then you can even jump Legion to silence her. Oh, no points. It's fine, guys. It's fine. Yeah, that. You know, she wouldn't be able to do that, but it's, you know, it's okay. We don't have it right now anyhow. Nice, nice. Where's all this healing coming from? Freaking Warlock, man. I thought I killed this PA. Okay, pretty good in the end. All right, let's, should be a mid tower, I would say here. And then, actually, if this was a very, like, highly coordinated team, I would say you guys all go to Roche right now. You guys could do Roshan. But I will accept just taking this tier 1 if possible. Uh-oh. Totally fine. Intended bait. Steal my ultimate. I dare ye. All right, pretty good. In the video, this is where I recommend you guys default to falling back here. And as I look at this game, I'd say that's a safe play. But if you want to consider Tormentor later on, we could. However, I still think that that lines up. You know, you head down here, you jungle, 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 push the lane back, jungle, 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 Twin Gate, Tormentor top. If we're talking high level shit. Kind of still hanging around top. And then notice there's like, okay, you know, we farm this medium camp, and then am I doing ancients? Oh, kind of weird. So it's like just the medium camp at this stage. Well, I mean, at this stage you could do the ancients, but down here, you know, there's so many different jungle camps, so many options. It feels easier. You didn't have to like take it from Lich. You know, like Lich could have been farming one, you could have been farming another, and you both would have been happy. That's why that area is such a good default place to go to. This is a little scary right now because Legion's missing. I'm worried about the Blink duel. You do have Lich behind you though, so. All right, he's gone. Let's be careful. Supports, by the way, this is scary. She just like walked in here on her own. What if Legion had been here? She would be dead. See, look at that. You're farming this. He could like farm that. You can just push this with your ult if you want while you finish Orchid, though it is done. So buy this, buy a smoke. Let's go. This smoke is actually happening a little too soon because Dragon Knight's Orchid is just not here yet. And then, whether we should or not, let's hold that thought. This play is possible because a deep ward was placed earlier. So from here, they know, hey, let's head over to Legion. And then, oh, look at that. Rubik is here. Weaver is here. Now, Lich shouldn't really be here on his own. Part of the reason Rubik is here is because they actually have a ward here. And I can tell because Rubik should not see Lich right now. Well, it's either here or like here. Because we have a sentry here, so it's not this area. So there's a ward here or a ward here. Later, I will sentry here and then courier at the same time and then check all of this at once. Ignoring Rubik then. Let's pretend we don't see the Rubik in this interaction. So like I see Weaver top, and then if I don't have a ward here, I don't know to come here. And now I'm just like, I don't know, Weaver? Like he's way over there. I don't actually know if he's on his own though. He could be with his team. But now I see 3 different heroes and I feel a lot more confident to make a smoke play. Or if I was a support, and I don't have a ward in this area, and I know I want one. What the hell is this thing? I see all this, and I go, I feel pretty good about just, like, sending it in. And just hope the last 2 people showing, Warlock, not scared of him. A little scared of PA, but, like, my odds are pretty good to be able to make my way in here. This is only possible thanks to, like, the earlier deep ward. I don't really need a blink if you're just gonna swap people, but he's not changing the guard. I felt a bit scared of the jungle support brain kicking in. Yeah, I am now the danger of the jungle. In the offlane role, I am the danger. They have to be scared of me. You get to be a little bit more confident. At the same time, if you feed, it's a little worse. So it's still good to have some respect of the danger. But more often now, you can be the one. Like, you can brave it into it. That felt late jumping behind their tier 2. I guess won the fight. Can't be that late. Your initial blink got canceled, so I don't think it's that bad. Like, by the time you joined in the fight here. And then Monkey King kind of went. Your blink, like, just came up, though, so I don't think it's really on... I don't think it's really on you. It's on Monkey King for going too soon. You guys win the fight in the end, so... Aveltal, what's up? Yeah, it has been a while. Valve changed the high demand roles from support to hard support off lane. I assume off of statistics and not just lulls. So now everyone's gonna have to play off lane every now and then. I don't mind, I'm perfectly fine with it. I've actually been meaning to do something like this. So I'm just, the hand is forced by Valve now. I was gonna do it after finishing a bit more support content, but now we'll just have to balance the two. Okay, we go back. Go back a little further. And I would direct your attention to this mini-map. First of all, this movement over here was pretty wacky when this tier 1 is still up. All right, Monkey King is TPing. Simeon Stride, but still going to TP straight to tier 2. Oh, it's because of the Wisdom Shrine. I mean, it's a minute past, but okay. All right, so I know Monkey King cannot be with us. And because I think he just respawned, they also know Monkey King cannot be here yet unless he just TP top and then like immediately ran to you guys. For you guys, I see 2 supports in their triangle. And that's it still. Still nobody else. And now I see Legion. Too late. She jumps us. Do I, as the Dire, did I need to take this tier 1 right now? Will I lose the game for not having this tier 1? Not really. You know, it's fine. Is there other things to do? We could wait for Tormentor. We could do this. It's also 22-25, so there's like a whole bunch of jungle camps. We can just like chill if we're not confident in moving up. And maybe you guys are feeling confident, but you shouldn't. You should have felt more fear. 'Cause Monkey King is not here, and he's currently showing in the bottom lane. So they knew this is a 5-on-4 fight in our favor right in front of our tower. And then the carry is showing themselves to the Blade Mail duel, and they have no real... I mean, you can swap save, I guess. Too slow. Hee. So this is one your team just needed to not do, to back off and be careful. That's going to be a 3,000 gold mistake, and if they do Tormentor, a 5,000 gold mistake. You think he's gonna get him? I think he only has... Oh, well, that's definitely a no. All right, so we're gonna lose some momentum off of that, and it's not strictly you making a bad offlane decision. It's more of a team decision, which any role could have done. You know, like as a support, you also should realize like that's not a great fight to be in. Everybody missing. I'm very scared. Bottom's very scary. Supports just did some stuff in here. They feel confident being in there. They're either wrong or their team is with them. So I'm very scared of bottom right now. Yo, look at this Luna pushing the lane with the illusions. Uh-oh. All right, as the Luna here, guys, looking at the map, I want to push the lane, yes. Do I need to push the tower? Remember, they can be TPing right now as they see my main hero coming in. I have 3 seconds. 3 seconds have passed. They're all gone. 1, 2, 3. They could have TP'd in at this point. And then I'm going to jungle this one right there. This is really dangerous if, like, the way people have been... They clearly were moving in this direction. Now, if she missed it, yeah, you know, sometimes you get got. But sometimes people see this stuff happen and they're like, oh, I think I can farm this in time. You just have to run. You just have to run. Which is why I mentioned the levels of safety earlier, which is like, this is one danger, this is another, this is the least. Sorry, this is the least, this is like average danger, this is the most danger in the lane. But that's why, like, when you fall back and you go to the outer edges, you're literally just moving away from the enemy. So even if they are right on your tail and they knew exactly where you were, there's a lot of time that is passing just because they have to run further away. And moving in towards those areas is usually a lot more danger. Oh, I was trying to see what you guys were saying in chat. We killed some supports? Sure. I don't know if I need to go back and look at that again. Oh, this is scary. Indeed, it was scary. Oh, no. Had heroes dead. Only need to defend, like, this area, really. So you don't need to kill the creep wave here. Should wait till further back. Yeah, this is yours. If you swap that, by the way, and auto attack first and then breathe fire, it'll speed up killing these things. Okay, everybody's missing. Everybody's missing. Oh, you found an amplified damage, but you just walked in there. Hold on, let's go back. Let's go back to here. Once again, guys. Mini-map time. Only Weaver is showing mid. The other lanes aren't really pushing. This is really dangerous. Even if you want the rune, and I know runes are good, this is so scary because it's really common to have observers like in this area, so they could be baiting it, seeing you walk in, and they're gonna like blink, grab it, duel you. So I would just not, or deny it even, or make sure your team is close enough to go for it. We did get away with it though. That's one of those coin flip moments I talk about, right? Like they're here or they're not. I'm getting this amplified damage rune or I'm feeding, and I'm just gonna hope it works out, and we want to cut those out. Slight pathing issue. I say slight, it's kind of a big deal. I'm gonna, hold on. The team was like here, right? This, most likely to pass through observers in this area. Highest chance that Legion on this high ground saw someone and then just interrupt, blink, duel, kill someone. This way, safest. There may be an observer over here, but like, how would someone from here, waiting here, suddenly you see them over here? You can't instantly jump from here to here unless you're Storm or someone, then you could. But with the blink daggers, right, these kind of areas where the blink daggers could be waiting are the most dangerous. And then these are safer because you're just well out of that range. And the common observers. Now we're scattering, same deal. If there's those common observers, they see us scattering. Some of us are going here, some of us are going here. This guy's over here. So even if I find somebody now, this is actually very dangerous. That PA, I want to jump her, coin flip. Is she alone? Is she not? I don't know. Moving in, very scary. Where is everybody? And then you show in the creep wave, but you don't need to. So let me, let's come back to your role in this game. You have a Monkey King mid, who is pretty much full damage build. Luna, she's the carry, acceptable that she's damage. She has to save swap. He has to save the shield, and then like he wants a good ult. So of the heroes who can go in first, it's me. I am the one who must surprise people. Now you could say, oh, I can show myself because of that. Sort of, if you have to. Like, especially if it's like, oh, who should push this tower? Maybe it could be you. At the same time, Luna will eventually reach tanky levels, and she will be in the front, and you are the response because you have the blink stun. So when you show yourself like this, right now, okay, despite what I said, and this is like really dangerous, you are technically in the jungle. So they may have an observer seeing you, but they definitely don't see you from lane creeps, which is guaranteed, and I know they have vision. And then here, I have 5 heroes in this area, 2 of which don't mind showing in the creep wave because they're not going to initiate. I am the only initiator, and then I blink into the creep wave to kill it. So not only do I reveal myself, I now cannot blink escape if it turns out they were baiting this and they're actually over here, they're going to jump me. I can't like blink out of here. And then as I see that happen, I can't blink in to like stun the Weaver and try to like chain kill him with people. So we're kind of like missing on multiple fronts. But essentially, when you have to blink initiate, try to like never blink into creep waves unless you know nothing is happening. Blinking into creep waves is usually way more danger than it's worth. Like just walk into the creep wave and then blink out. Or don't, just like save the blink. So where can my team instantly help? Kind of close, but also kind of not. Like some of that death time was just people going in, and that's where Lich messed up a little bit. Like he was a little too far forward for this many heroes missing on the map. I would actually just not. Do we need to do this if we come back to it from their perspective? Like right here, as the Dire, did we need to take this tower? I want to take this tower, but do I need to do it right now? Not really. Like, we can wait until we see more information. Nothing is showing on this map right now. So other options are like Tormentor or just holding a certain area. Like, he has an observer. He could put it in this area, and then the team just plays around this high ground and waits and sees. Like, someone will eventually show, or they'll push into your position. Instead, what happened is we pushed into their position, so they jumped us a little bit easier. Like, someone has to play the game of patience, and it's a little random in pub games, but in this case, Legion's the one that's like, I guess I'll go ahead and go Ward, and then I'll instantly jump this Weaver. The first hero I see, I'm going to go on, even though I still don't see the other heroes, right? The second I see Weaver, I'm going to just go for it, and then turns out it's a trap, and everyone's there. You don't strictly have to become the counter initiator, but you don't want to reveal yourself if you don't need to. I guess a way to put it is like, in this situation when you guys were still alive, I'd be very worried about where Legion is, because depending who goes first, she could always come in and blink duel. But if Legion is in the creep wave, I suddenly go, now I know. Like, I can get Legion, or I can get someone else, and she can't duel them. Like, if I see suddenly another hero here, I know where Legion is, so I can react to that. You're one of the scariest because you have like the blink, instant stun, and silence. So they have several heroes who, like, right, look at this build on the Weaver, right? He's very scared of you. And then PA has the dispel, but like a blink stun into the rest could still burst her down. Supports, you know, not gonna have a great time. They may not get their save items off because of how quick your stun is. Let's jump ahead because everyone's dead. I'm gonna let this play for a second. I finished my water again. I'm gonna be right back. Okay. Anything big happen? Or should we move on to the next one? Or are you guys on, I missed a misplay. Oh, looks like there's plenty to come forward. Don't worry. Oh man, this is a big one. Rough. And then right back. Let's see this. Let's see like some final late game stuff, and then we'll move to our next one. What time is this? Like 45? Buybacks. It's a big situation. What happened here? All right. Everybody's missing. All right. Legion. Or sorry, Luna is our hero. Offlane supports, right? For easy offlaners, these initiator auras, it's not that different from support. Like, this is my person. I will protect her. She is here. Let's take a quick check. Lich nearby. Actually in front of the Luna. The Luna, nearly 3,300 health, 71% physical damage reduction, has 38% magic resistance passively, also has a BKB, Manta, evasion, really close to Satanic. Should not be fighting until the Satanic is done, but let's just hold that thought. Also has some like spell lifesteal and stuff on her neutral. In front of her, leading the way, is going to be the 2,000 health Lich with 22% physical damage reduction, and actually a lot more magic resistance thanks to the items he's picked, which will help him surely versus the PA, Weaver, and Legion. He should be behind the Luna. Dragon Knight, very tanky hero, but we've talked about his stun roll this game. So he could be in front of the Luna, making space, but once she has the Satanic, he could also wait at the edge and jump in. He has like very flexible positioning in this game, but it should be around Luna. You're either in the front to be the wall, or you're like stunning, waiting in the wings to like stun for her, surprise the enemy. Where's the Venge swap? Leading the way over here to initiate on people who walk in so that her Luna can spend the time running in to try to hit. Too far forward. Everyone should be behind Luna, and everyone should be behind Luna over here, farming the Satanic, waiting for it to finish. You guys should be falling back right now. Or at best, you should wait in their triangle. Luna farms it, and you guys fall back until this Satanic is done. We move into this area. Do I have a zoom? Hold on. Zoom in, zoom out. What are we swapping for, guys? Who's gonna hit this Rubik? Who's gonna hit this Rubik? Luna's over here. I know Monkey King's nearby, so we're getting involved in like a 2-on-5 fight when nobody is showing on the map. The first heroes we see instantly swap an initiative. No cares about where the rest of the heroes are, what they're gonna do. I'm gonna place this deep ward, god damn it, I'm gonna use that deep ward! Swap! Instantly. Gonna go. No one is ready. Whether it's the Venge swapping in, or if it's Dragon Knight, like blink stunning immediately, whether it's Lich, like, oh, I'm gonna go get the like Ice Spire chain combo. Luna is over here. This is the team. This is the top net worth hero. So it's really important in these mid to late game situations to constantly check your own team's positioning. Like, it's not just like, who do I see on the enemy team? Where are they? Where is my team? How can they help us? And especially as related to the offlane stream, for who we initiate on and who the aura is affecting, you've got to look for this hero. Whether it's your actual carry or like sometimes it's the mid, whatever. Most of this fight is these guys running forward. Okay, now we're in. So the whole like initial thing happens, and then the rest of the team shows up. And what is that? It's Monkey King dead. He's about to die. I guess he's almost killed Legion as well, but instead he dies first. You actually take out the Warlock. I don't mind that as part of removing the counter initiation in the Golem. You tried anyways. And because you were doing that, you distracted them from the Luna. So like it did enable her in that way. What is going on here, by the way? What effect is this? Is that the dragon wings? What was that? All right, I think that's it wasn't strictly you, but I think that's the most you can do in those cases is to call it out for your team, like, hey guys, you're way too far forward. Like, let's just sit behind Luna. It is surprisingly required to say, let's sit behind our top net worth, highest damage hero. If you guys practice saying that in a lot of your games, it'll actually help a lot. Like, hey guys, just play behind, insert carry name here. Hey guys, play behind Luna. Hey guys, play behind Drow. Hey guys, let's just protect Faceless Void. Let's practice this game on our team. Who's our carry? It's Morphling. Hey guys, let's just sit behind Morphling. Just stick it in the game, like whatever it is. That's Rubik stealing Luna Glaze. Ah, that's funny. No problem, Rhizome. Happy to help out. What's your opinion on position 3 Visage? I think it's pretty good for pubs with the death toll. I think that one's good. It's just a little bit complicated. Not a lot of people want to learn Visage. But if you do, I do think it's good. You have to be able to do the micro, though. Okay, this is Omniknight, Crusader. And you were saying, ignore the end game because you guys eventually won. The lane went well, but 1 and 5 were tilted. Ah, the classic. The classic. Okay. Don't know what to do after I take the tower. Excellent. I don't know if you got to see it because I know the video came out this morning, so you may be in the stream without having seen the video. My recommendation after you take the safe lane tower is to hold the safe lane jungle. So this, let's go back to your perspective. It would be you take this tower and then you like default to this area. You can do other things, but anytime you're unsure, you come around here. You like shove the lane in. And then you don't actually need to take this tower. If you see the enemy somewhere else, you can whack it a little bit. But you pretty much push the lane up to here. It'll go the rest of the distance for you. As you go down here, it starts to be very dangerous. So you shove your lane in, and around here, you back off. And where you go is a little bit up to you. You could jungle this way, especially if you're thinking about twin gating. You could fall back if you're like kind of scared. You could go to this stuff. If you have a little bit more confidence, especially if you have a deep ward somewhere in here, you can come play this area. And when the wave starts moving out, you see if the carry goes with the wave, and then you run through and you get them. Okay, they just pushed the wave out. You can maybe just push it back here. I'm just going to stay out of sight. Keep them sweating. You know, I'll just keep farming this way, and eventually the wave makes its way here, which not only keeps them a little nervous, but it's safer. You know, clearing the wave here, people could come up. Clearing the wave here, much harder for them to do anything about that. They could, so still be careful, but safer for you. You could go gank mid, you could go back to your own side. There's a whole bunch of options from this area. And the goal is to grow your net worth while limiting the carry until you finish some item. Omniknight offlane sometimes goes like Radiance. Maybe you're working on an aura item. Whatever it is, that would be what you're doing. So let's just jump ahead a little bit. Because you said the lane felt like it went well. And we could nitpick, but I want to try to cover your actual question instead. Okay, so around here, it looks like we're doing a pretty good job of taking this tower. They don't stop us. Okay, so this is actually like a perfect example. You're doing well, but we have 3,000 net worth. There are times you need to take this tower and you have like 10,000 net worth. So in terms of how strong we are as a hero, it's not like we're that strong. I'm level 4, almost level 5, and I got 3,000 gold to my name. So me actually taking this tier 2 tower is kind of a far off dream. But pushing creeps is fine. And starting to jungle in this area is starting to be doable, especially as you're going to finish this Vanguard. I'm going to get tickled by the creeps. So I can just take my time farming it. It's not the fastest for, depending on the build and the heroes, but I'm doing it. And when the carry wants to farm, I run in and I whack him. How fast is this guy going to jungle? This is the carry you're laning against? Let's watch him. How fast can this guy jungle with his Wraith Band and his Band of the Elven skin? Can he go to another lane? No, his mid laner's in the mid lane and his off laner's in the off lane. So this guy is whacking mud golems with his, 1,800 net worth, right? It is bad. It is slow. I just said your Vanguard build would be slow. His is even slower. So when it comes to jungling, you're winning. When it comes to laning, you're winning. Because if he shows in the lane, you go to the lane and you beat his ass. So this guy is losing on every front as long as you're involved. If you leave too much, there's a trade-off. You are going to do something else, but you're going to give Faceless Void a bunch of room because now he can return to the lane. Now you're gone. He can be here. So where are you? Let's go back. So you finished this. You saw this fight happening. You TP'd up here. Let's see it play out. Yeah, you should probably just lead with this. You could probably have killed techies and then followed up on Lich, but I'm not gonna critique too hard right now. I'm gonna show this twice. So we do this, we chase a little bit, we back off. And then, okay, through the Twin Gate, great. I think this is pretty good for you. Ignoring the slight execution stuff I mentioned of different target, whatever. Let's not worry about that. Faceless Void's perspective. I hate my life. I do hate my carry. It's me. Why did I pick Faceless Void? I hate my support. He lost me the lane. My team is so bad. Oh my god, Omniknights. He's left to the lane. Oh, creeps. Oh, get me away from the mud golems. And now he's farming. And he's happy. It was really hard for you to kill him here. I'd say damn near impossible out of him being terrible. But look, he's moving out. You give him a little bit more time, he'll move a little bit more out. So going back to it's a give and take, you left to try to help your safe lane and to pick up some kills. And I think the time you went was pretty good. They were diving. You get kills, assumedly. He gets space. But this also has a give and take. I get more farm, but I assume risk. I am leaving this safety area. I'm pushing out. So the off lane, when you exit to make a play, and then I see you guys twin gating back, right? You're coming through here. You don't show yourself right away. You try to sneak up on Faceless Void. And now, if we want to think about it, we've baited him out of that safety zone, and now we kill him. And then you've taken back. You got some gold, lose your gold for dying, and lose your farming time for being dead, right? That's what you want to do, and then you're good to go. You may not actually be able to do it. You may just push him back. That's okay as well. It's not like you can always kill the carry every time you want. But off laners who rotate top, and then they siege this tower for 3 minutes, and they siege this tower for 3 minutes, and they're like, the carries always catch back up to the game, because he's just farming down here. He's not bothered at all, even though he was losing. You left him alone too long. So the fact that you came back is great. You are point blank running into him, though, which is not as great. If you change, Wind Ranger is good. You should be with Wind Ranger, and then you might be able to shackle shot, run in, hammer of purity, power shot, focus fire, everything, kill this guy. If you run like this, he's just gonna run away like that, and then she's like, well, okay, you're kind of griefing the Wind Ranger here. You need to either come through the top to surprise him, he runs this way, shackled in, or you go with the Wind Ranger and you both run out together. I'll give you 80% 75%. 75%. I should be higher than that. You're mostly on the right track for TPing and then instantly coming back. And the final percentage, I don't know what to give you, but the final percentage is to not go straight through the lane, to like see if you can get the carry. And then this would have been pretty good. Let's come back to the, let's see what he does, right? Oh, if I farm here, it might be too scary. They might chase me. I got to come further back. And then I got to farm with it. Look at his health. Dropping. He ate an iron branch. He's so sad. Look, oh, easy. This is where she gets him, right? Because he is low jungling and you guys are occupying the area, it might be you finding the Faceless Void and then killing him. It might be your support who just walks in and just executes him with the power shot. Because he is trapped in this area and you guys are also actively in this area, he has nowhere else to go but here, and he will continue to have a bad time like this. And are we ready to go? Maybe. Like, we just got the Vanguard. I actually, by the way, I wouldn't skip, I don't think you need to skip phase boots to rush the Vanguard. It might depend on the exact matchup. I'm not going to worry about it too much right now, but I think you're missing some Hammer of Purity value here because you're skipping so many like damage items at the start. I think you can do like Soul Ring and phase boots and stuff and then go back for things like, you know, whatever aura you decide to build. So here you shove in the lane and you decide, okay, it would be too scary for me to take the tower. It's only 10 minutes. They could rotate and kill me. That's fine with me. And then you jungle here and we activate the, this is my default. I am out of sight here. I'm Faceless Void. I saw Omniknight come to lane, push us in, and now is he in here? Or is he somewhere else? I don't know. I feel safe though, because I can time walk right back to my tower. So I will continue to farm this, and then I'm too scared. Where is he? So I better fall back to this. This is his tiny little world right now. This is all he has in life because you're just sitting like in this area. By the way, support players, these observers are too far out. If you lose your tower early, you should have a defensive ward in your jungle, somewhere that's going to live and somewhere out of sight, because you need to know, is the offlaner just sitting in this area or is he gone? This stuff is like too far out. I already know that he's in this area. I'm getting my ass kicked by him. These were earlier before the tower got lost, so it's not like, you know, they're fine because they were earlier. Look at that. You guys get to chase this Kez out because you're in this area. And we don't have to go too crazy. We can go back to farming if you want. Looks like you want to try to play with your... Is this a mid Lahin? I guess so. Yeah, okay. See, we do it. And then we push the tower a little bit. And in the time, give and take. Giving Faceless Void some space. Oh, he's coming here, actually. Usually, he'd be like pushing, right? He's like, oh, thank God. They're taking my mid tower. Please, you know, let me farm the lane. And then after you finish this, you maybe take the tower. You go chase this guy back out. You're like, get the hell, get into your corner. Who said you could leave your corner? Get in there. And you put him back in there. You're kind of low on mana. 186. I need 125 for the ult. I need 105 for purification. If we get involved in fights, I need both. If I TP, I need that. You're buying a clarity, which is great. But then, trying to farm faster with this purification, and there are times to do that, but low on mana is not the time to do that. Just hit these creeps. You don't need to use these spells. This is one of the common mistakes when a lot of players feel they buy too many mana regen consumables, or they're just constantly low mana because they're using spells they don't actually have to use. That purification, it technically speeds up your farm so that you can do what? Go join a fight with the time saved? No, I can't. I don't have enough mana for it. So first, got to make sure how much mana you need to fight. What if you get ganked right now? Oh, it's okay. I've got Guardian. They'll think I have Guardian Angel if they're not checking my mana, you know? Like, you have to make sure you have your actual abilities. Especially if you want to play this area. Look, this guy's low. We got a deep ward. We know. We try to kill him. In this case, it doesn't pan out. That's okay. But they're actively trying to slow down Faceless Void. Ooh, just enough. Okay. So this is one of the dangers. I push in the lane. Oh, they try to kill me, right? They bring in heroes. Now, if they kill you, that's great. But in theory, you're the strong offlaner winning the lane. The enemy carry is weak. It should be hard to kill you. And then with map awareness, you just play it safe. So they bring heroes here, and then you get out alive. And now what's Faceless Void's life like, right? Well, let's see if he actually kills you first. Okay, so now there's a whole bunch of heroes here. He's getting hit by power shots. And now when he farms, there's like a Lich absorbing some XP. Right, so now he's being slowed down. You're forcing heroes here. But if they don't come here, you do what you've been doing. You keep pushing this in. You keep harassing him. Look, you guys have gotten like over a third of this tower, right? You haven't even committed that hard to taking it. You just keep pushing the wave in and then jungling. What you've been doing is actually very good. How come we ended up top? What just happened here? Okay, they killed Morphling, and then you TP'd trying to get this Wraith King. Oh, maybe I won't. If you can TP sooner to save him, I would do it. Once he's dead, I wouldn't go. Because Treant's already up here to kind of hold, and then Morphling's going to want to go back top. Now he's going to go bottom. Can your Morphling stop the Faceless Void the way you can? That's now the iffy thing we're getting into. I understand wanting to come top, though. I would probably just go back. See how often you're using Purification, though? I could save you 50 gold. You'll spend 5 more seconds hitting creeps, but you'll save 50 gold and then have enough mana. This is a little far forward. Let's see. Your team might get here in time. Okay, Wind Ranger's here. A little scary. Faceless Void's got time right now, though. Pretty good. Okay, can we take a tower? We don't want to be here forever. We are giving Faceless Void space. So I want to make these plays, I want to push, and then I want to go. While we're waiting to see if this push happens, I will mention now, Vanguard, not that popular on Omniknight because you have Guardian Angel, so you are damage block plus pro edition, limited, executive, silver color, version 3. You actually don't really need the Crimson Guard. It's kind of super overkill for you. I would say for sustain, because you actually get points in Purification, by the time you would get a Soul Ring, you could Soul Ring and then use Purification, and it's pretty much free, you know? So, like, in terms of sustain, I think the Soul Ring can help, and it's cheaper than the Vanguard, and it helps with your farm speed. Like, you keep using Purification to farm, but you just don't have the mana for it. Soul Ring kind of solves that for you. Radiance and Echo, I would say, are the two most common builds for Omniknight offlane that I know of. I'm trying to think what else people do. I guess you could get a Blink. I'm pulling it up. Looks like everyone is like Phase, Radiance, Echo, Harpoon type stuff. Sometimes Phase, Echo. Depends how well it's going. Thought it might be good to have mini damage block and then big damage block for chrono and post chrono. It's fair. I would say, actually, this is Guardian Angel's cast range. So if you get caught in the chrono, you'd have problems. So actually, for now, I'm actually not that scared of chrono, right? Because you're beating him in lane, you don't need it quite yet. So I actually think the Crimson Guard is being delivered right now. So then the question is like, oh, do I need it to stop Faceless? Oh, not really. You know, if you look at his items, you know, not much. Wraith King, it's maybe not bad versus Wraith King. Oh, he didn't even do it. He got Spectral Blade. I was going to say him and the Skeletons, it's not bad. And then Kez's auto attack's not bad. But again, you have Guardian Angel, so I don't think you need to do that. What I would actually do is get your early items and then buy a Blink to make sure you can stay out of Chronosphere. And then when Chronosphere happens, you just blink in and Guardian Angel. I know they could eventually get a Nullifier. If that happens, maybe I will think about the Crimson Guard after that, like a really late Crimson Guard. But you could also just repel like whoever you need to save. Like he's trying to kill your Morphling. So you go repel and then Guardian Angel so he can't nullify it. That could also work. Oh shit, it's working though. I want to mention here before we get much further, I actually think you've done a pretty good job. I know your original question was like, I don't know what to do after taking the tower. I thought you were actually balancing being here and then rotating like pretty well for the rank. I think the item build is actually what's slowing you down a little bit because you're over committed to safety. I understand your thought process with the Crimson Guard. I think it just ends up being overly safe where I am living in a lot of cases, but am I scaring them with damage? Not really, because like all I have is safety and survivability. So that's why I think like the Echo or the Radiance is good because you're hard to kill already and then you do a bunch of damage. And then you can go back for even more survivability if you really needed to, but you would have some early damage. I would give that a go. Try the Echo, try the Radiance if you're having a really good game, and then go back for something. Plus the damage will help you farm and kill towers faster. As part of like moving away from the Faceless Void, we got to do it quickly. You'll jungle faster because you can Purification more with the Echo. You'll attack faster, so you'll take towers and kill things faster, and then get back to like the Faceless Void. That's probably not necessary, but I'm not that worried about it. John Tar, thank you. I totally understand Dota, not always having time for Dota and keeping it more casual, but I'm glad the guides are helpful. Thank you for watching them. Oh, we chased the Wraith King. I looked away for a bit. Get him! Is that too late to get a stack, actually? Or did he get it just because he died, technically? 7 stacks. Oh, no, yeah, it took too long. No stack for finger. Sad. Tried blink, but felt awkward because you just blink in and stand around because you don't have a stun. Yeah, the blink is more to make sure you get your ult off or that you immediately get to someone you need to zone. For example, if there's a dazzle and then you as offlane Omniknight jump to the dazzle. I know you don't have a stun, but like, what is that dazzle gonna do? You are so hard to kill and you will work your way through them with Hammer of Purity plus an Echo Saber or a Radiance. Right? So usually when you're blinking in, it's because you're doing damage and chasing someone down. Or because I just need to make sure I repel and Guardian Angel a certain target. In this case, it might be the line more than your Morphling. Okay. I want to take one from chat. I saw someone else donated. And I will go back for that, but we've been doing like back-to-back-to-back guaranteed ones for the donations, and I want to mix it in, make sure we get some random chat people. I forgot to make this tea. We've been talking a lot. God. Oh, shit, maybe it's the Wind Ranger. So we do have this, right? That's pretty good. At the same time, you can kind of see where like this is the cast range, and then there's also a 400 radius. So by the time you could use Crimson Guard to help him, you're pretty much also within Guardian Angel radius. I don't mean to hammer the point home, like beat a dead horse, but just to like show an example of it, of why like you can get away with a later Crimson Guard, because you can usually Guardian Angel. If the angle had been different, it might have been harder. That's where the blink potentially comes into play. But yeah, you can usually you can usually Guardian Angel in all the instances you would need Crimson Guard. What was this? What was that 2D side-scrolling rhythm game you were streaming a few months ago? It's been stuck in my head. Ratatan. I think that was the one. I was playing some other rhythm games, but I think that's the only one that was on stream. I also played, that was not on stream. It was also not 2 months ago. What was it called? The sequel to Crypt of the Necrodancer. There was a Rift of the Necrodancer. I was playing that a little bit. It's called Largo. Oh, yeah, sorry. That was the one I played after Ratatan. Okay, I think we're getting into that end game sequence where you guys eventually win. I think we kind of answered the question of you were mostly doing the right thing. Some little efficiencies could help, and then a different item build would help. But I think you were actually pretty good for the rank. Like, you were in the right spot. So keep doing that. Let me see what you guys submitted. What ranks have we done? Maybe we can try to mix it up too. Actually, we have a good spread. Maybe it doesn't matter. Is it necessary to play meta heroes? No, not at all. Almost all the MMR I've gained has been off of heroes I want to play, and I played them well because I was playing them a lot, as opposed to meta heroes. I have spent my time on meta heroes and like done it a little bit, but most of my climb to Immortal initially was off of Jakiro and Treant before they were good. I know the last couple years they've been like fairly top meta, but at that point no one was playing Jakiro and Treant. I was ahead of the curve and then stopped playing them after they became meta. A lot of the climb was that. Recently we were playing Largo, even though he has a bad win rate, but we just understood him and played well. I guess I played Pugno when he was pretty meta, and I think that we got some wins off that too. Ultimately, you just need to play well, is more important than what is meta or not. I did play Patapon. That was how I got into Ratatan. I saw they like remade Patapon for like Steam and stuff, and I was thinking about going back and playing it, but I already have a huge backlog of games. I'm still trying to finish Hades. I'm almost done wrapping up the little things I want to do, and then I need to go back to finish Expedition 33, and then I own Baldur's Gate, and I have yet to play it. That's another one. I'm sure there's more I'm forgetting about. Also, I've got to play Offlane now, and then I'm supposed to be playing League to be able to make a League to Dota video. There's like so many things for when I do have free time. Let's do... Let's try this one. This is one of the heroes I recommended, so it'd be good to cover, I think. Okay, is this right? Get the right one. Wait. Jtrox, is this right? I thought I copied your match ID, but you mentioned Centaur. Is this the wrong one? Am I crazy? Did I copy the wrong thing? There ain't no Centaur in here. Okay. What did you think of Hades 2? I enjoyed it. I'm still enjoying it. I'm almost done. I have beaten the game, but there's a couple like end story stuff that I would like to wrap up and finish a couple challenge things. We might end up doing on stream once I finish all the story stuff. If we ever have time for like some variety, or we're ending a day and I don't want to play Dota, I want to do some high fear runs because I've only done enough to unlock the statue things. I haven't tried maxing everything and doing it, which I don't know if I'll bother to do until I beat it, but I'd like to. Doing it a little to try is fun to me. We might do that sometime. I thought it was a cool follow-up to Hades, different enough that it was still enjoyable, but similar enough that it still felt like a sequel, which was cool. Seeing them, like the related characters come again was nice. They had never done a sequel, so I was kind of curious how it would go, but I thought it was fine. Like, good. Yeah. Okay. Tofu, yeah, it wasn't a lot of Rataton talk. Angry Healer he couldn't remember what the game was. Perhaps the song Trapped in the Mind. Okay. What was the question again on this? I think some mid-game fights was the question here. Lane was tough, but I mostly wonder about my decision-making in fights. Okay, so let's jump. Let's get to, like, levels house. I'm gonna say this one. When we have Stampede, because here's where we'd, like, start doing things. We are going straight blink. Okay, trying to kill her. It's pretty close. Damn. Long ass shackle. I saw you without. I was like, wait, you don't have the Crimson Guard. There's no way this Crystal Maiden has the Crimson Guard. What's going on? I forgot about this Ash Legion shit. Okay, you kill the Wind Ranger, that's fine. Then we continue farming up the Blink. I think it's okay to get like a small item before the Blink. I say small, it can be like a medium item. Cause like, I don't know, are these guys gonna be ready to play with us when we have the Blink? It's actually still kind of early. I don't mind it. If you really think it'll help your team. But that's why usually one medium item before, like the pros do Helm of the Dominator. If you wanted to skip that, say you wanted to do Vanguard first, I'm fine with that. Say you wanted to work towards, you could even get the full pipe first and then do that. I think that's okay. Okay, let me go back to see if we needed to stampede a little sooner. Okay, we have it. So you trying to finish Blink, I think is fine. Since you see so many heroes here, I don't think you should stop in this jungle unless you're trying to stack it. I think you should just like keep going mid. And your team actually doesn't need to siege this tower without you. They could have just been farming. All right, your Ravage wouldn't have really changed much. Maybe we could Ravage now to like try to keep SF alive, but oh, the final urn tick. Damn, that was so close. Oh, for support, very nice of you. I think you can let him die. I think that would have been okay. I also don't mind you trying though. All right, you have your Blink. Don't lose it on the courier. Let's see, who are you looking to? There's someone low you were thinking of trying to snipe, but we don't actually have a lot of damage with this build. I think it's okay to just keep jungling there, and then when everyone's up, you get the Blink. Okay, we're gonna be playing with the supports with this Blink. The other cores can catch back up. This one, we don't want to fight because it's really hard. So, I mean, you kind of see it in hindsight now, but as I see this developing, I see a lot of heroes here, and if Shadow Fiend and Ursa don't come, our damage is quite lacking because this is still on cooldown, and then this is still on cooldown. It's close, but at least 10 seconds. And then I also don't have Stampede, so even when you blink in, they have to slowly walk in. Plus, in that time, there's actually the Astral save, and then there's a Pudge behind it, and then possibly an Abaddon. I don't know where he is right now. If we don't defend, we lose this tower. But over here, this guy's about to start hitting this tower. So, it's kind of okay right now, especially because they're bringing so many heroes to do this. The split is, like, XP distribution's actually not too bad for you guys. I would just come into the lane and then like try to creep aggro away to make this take time, but don't actually look to fight. At least 10 more seconds and possibly even till Stampede. So like we go here, we need all the follow-up to get kills without the ultimates. Like 3 heroes with no ults. And then by the time your stun ends, right now she is in range to use an ability. Now he actually dispelled a little too soon. He should be saving that. And then he would do it now. And then that would be it. They would be out. But it's 4 heroes here. So if we imagine not fighting and we're all just under tower, 3 of us are splitting 1 creep wave. 4 of them are splitting 1 creep wave. This guy's farming on his own. This guy's farming on his own. So then the bonus is the Ursa who is on his own. He's the only one. Like he is now what is going to make the gold difference for you guys because they have nothing matching that. And you might lose this tower, and then you might not get mid tower, which is what the SF should have been doing in this time. But now, did Ursa farm enough to make up for 3 hero deaths? Maybe 2 hero deaths since the Abaddon died. Probably not this early into the game. I guess he has his Battle Fury. Maybe it was kind of close. The supports urged me to. Yeah, this is the tough part about playing the initiator, right? You're the only one on your team, so everyone is gonna be like, Centaur go, Centaur go. And if you're not sure, you can go so that you can learn. And over time, it'll be like, that was not the go. That was not it. They think they want to go, but they know not what they do, nor what they ask for. If you wanted Blade Mail, for example, I'd say you could do Blade Mail first into the Blink. All right, this time we got some ults and SF's nearish. So the initiation is leading to some kills. So I like this one a lot more. I was kind of going through that quickly when it happened. Let's go back a little bit just to see it one more time. Pudge is here. That's a little scary. No hook. Otherwise, who you initiate on might get hooked out. So this was fine to me that you ignored him. He's got Ravage, so I don't really want to go on him, but OD just used Astral, so I'm very interested in this target. So I think when you stunned both, it's pretty good. And then the Maledict hits him. And then you die, but we kill the OD, and he even dies first, which is great. So to me, I think that was pretty good, what you just did. And then I don't know if it was intended or not, but the blink is ready on Ursa, which is another reason this is a pretty good fight. Imagine Ursa no blink. He doesn't make it to the Tidehunter. He's just like running this whole time. Maybe he eventually makes it, but with the blink, it's pretty straightforward. And maybe they do even more. Nice. Keep hitting him. Excellent. This is just getting better. Woohoo. Where does everyone go with this? Guys, where are you? Where are you? What the heck? Why don't the courts just walk away from the tower? Oh man. What were you up to after you respawned? Where'd we go? You ended up teleporting top. That looks fine. You can start pushing this in for your team. I would also say you don't have to be here urgently. You could probably have just walked top and saved your teleport, because you could just like go through the slip and slide, farm your way, and if you really like, you see this starting to push, you could like blink and sprint over, and then you'd have your teleport for if it's needed to like help your team somewhere. I think you have enough time to do it. Good awareness of the stack. All right, so now we're just waiting for all the ultimates again. We can also check through our teammates. Are we close? Ooh, Blink Dagger would be great. This guy's Glimmer is close. Your Blade Mail's not that far away. This guy's pretty far from a new item, but he just got the Basher, which is nice. So yeah, looking through it, it looks like just once all the cooldowns are up and this guy has his Blink, we're good. So that would be now. You're kind of close to Blade Mail, but also not. You know, like the 750 gold would take a while. If everyone's ready to go, I'd say you guys can smoke and do it. Though, two of you are a little low. Okay, they're bringing 4 heroes over. So here, you just got to keep an eye. Oh, yeah, run. Oh, God. Get me out of here. Keep an eye on what they're doing mid. I would say you could maybe have like just kept running and hide here for your team to come through, but I don't hate it. Smoke to finish a tower that could have finished earlier. Oh well. Okay, the team is here. Should be able to take this tower easily, and then we can consider Roche and Tormentor power play coming up. That's kind of weird. All right, this can be considered 2 ways. I don't know what team comms are going on. If your team wants to try to make a play top, they definitely need you to go as the Blink initiator. Seems like you want to finish your Blade Mail, which I would say is fine. So they're just going too soon. You could have finished Blade Mail and then made a play for Tormentor with that. That would have been better. I don't blame you for that, though. I think your choice there to finish the item is good. I think this choice to be in here too soon is the bigger issue. Yeah. Somebody finish this. Yeah. All right, let's go push lanes. Ursa. Okay. I think you guys probably could have killed OD if Ursa had stayed. I also think he's in here too soon. It seems like he got baited on killing a Pudge. Or was he hooked? No, he was just in the lane with a lot of heroes missing, so they kind of jumped him. And then he got hooked. He just turned around and did it. Yeah, this is, they just need to wait for you to get closer. And this fight could have been a lot smoother. I'm not sure this is the time to be joining. Certainly not the time to be joining. Now we're joining here too. Yes, yes. First they do it, then we do it. All is balanced. All is balanced. Hey guys, did you see what just happened? We did that earlier. Let's make sure we don't do that. That's what Pudge is saying right now. Oh, I guess Abaddon's DC'd. You're gonna have to repeat that advice once Abaddon's back. All right, let's see like one more. Let's see one more fight. We got some all chat going? What's happening? Seemed friendly. Support players? This is kind of overkill on warding. I know Roche is... Oh, it's gone. Maybe this part of this was setting up for Roche. It's a little bit much. I can't see some of the timers. It's a little bugged. It means we can't really see anything else on the map because we like concentrated so much vision here. How much is it on the Aegis? 3 minutes. Okay, and how close are we to certain power items? Like, we're really close to Pipe. And where's this guy? He's finishing the Aghanim. So you guys really should just wait for these two things. At least wait for him to finish the Ags and come over. But, like, you need 30 seconds to finish the Pipe if you, like, camp, creep wave. And then you guys are good to go. I guess Abaddon's DC'd, so maybe there's like, IDC, let's go. But we are very close to a much stronger timing, and we're trying to fight without that. Sus. There might be an award in this area. Shall we check? No, there wasn't. I don't know. You just sent it. SF is not here. This is a 5-on-4 fight. See how this plays out, and then I'm going to tell you why, besides SF, this is a very bad fight, even if it actually works out. Sometimes evil wins, guys. All right. It worked out, even though it's not supposed to. Let's go back in time. All right, so we left this area. Pudge, support players, as you leave, you should be watching this stuff. So Pudge put an observer here. Not only have we lost vision, but they have established vision. Maybe you don't see that happen. Maybe he just dewards and you're not sure. But you should assume that some kind of vision goes down. Maybe not on this cliff, but maybe in this area. Like, in the same way you guys are interested in fighting here, they are interested in taking certain fights around vision as well. Like, we're high enough rank that we should be thinking about that. And then Pudge is very interested in, like, hooking out of trees, you know? So not only do you get chased off, like, first, oh, we're too scared to fight. Let's leave. And then something clicks over here. We're like, actually, you know, I don't think I'm too scared to fight. I do want to fight. But, like, the same thing that threatened you the first time is still here. So it's very strange. And it's actually worse now, because before you could see, I guess it's the loss of it's no object permanence. It's like, oh my god, heroes, be careful, guys. And then they're gone. You're like, oh, it's empty, guys. It's safe. Look, No heroes, guys. Let's go back in. And then you guys are running into their vision that you just watched them set up. The same thing that scared you before is no longer real, so we're going to come back in. And that's ignoring the fact that we don't have Shadow Fiend, who is also showing in the creep wave, so they know you don't have Shadow Fiend. This was a very good fight for them to try to take, but then I don't know, they messed it up. This is such an amazing Ravage, too. Is it just the Aegis? He just, like, scattered a little. This Vlad's aura didn't do anything. Initiated over here and then ran this way. So, no Vlads for his teammates. No damage reduction applied. I think they're just rich. Or you guys are just rich. Part of this. Okay, we have a couple more to get to, so I'm gonna let this play out real quick while I once again refill all my water that I'm drinking through. Kigfam Gaming, do you have an offlane game? I see you did a donation with the Luna. If we have to do the Luna, we can. Today's focus is supposed to be on offlaning. If you have one for that, that'd be ideal. Otherwise, the options are to either a future replay session would have a different topic. We could do it then. Or I guess we can just like power through a Luna kind of quickly. Let me know. I'll be right back. Okay, let's do this one then, and we'll dual purpose this. Even though this is a carry, well, hold on. Let me explain this once I do the timestamp so people joining in can hear this explanation. I'm bad with my own advice. Preach it. Hell yeah. Same. Yeah, there are games that can't be won. You don't have to win every game. If you want to win MMR in Dota, it's a very good... Like, you should care about every game. Like, I don't want to... We want to try to win every game and play our best every game, but you will not win every game, and that's okay. You want your mindset to be in, like... I do 100 game increments just because that's like a nice bigger number, but like, I guess your amount can be whatever, but I try to win all 100 of those games, and if I don't, that's okay. I'm hoping I turn some losses into wins, and that's what pushes us from like 50 to 55. I turn like 5 losing games into wins, something like that. This one is a carry game, so I know it's a little different than the Offlane, but since it was, donated for, we're going to do it real quick. But also, we'll dual frame it. I'm going to give advice to the Luna player on how to win these games, but then also offlaners, we can see why the carry doesn't win and what we can try to make happen. We'll try to have it in that frame of reference. Your question was like... you feel like you have good net worth and still lose. You don't know if it's the team or if it's you. So let's take a look. You do have some really good net worth around here, actually. Yeah, let's jump to like... It looks like you guys get Roche around here. So let's... This looks like a really solid point. The gold lead is actually not that high. Like, you are very strong, but... it looks like it's a little scattered, especially on like your supports are poor, but the rest of them are pretty decent. It also looks like maybe they have, what is this? Support sheet. Okay. PA is struggling. Okay, let's jump to like where you guys get that first Roche and see what you do with it. Your team won't always listen to you around this point, but back 1 minute. Okay, so we just got Aegis. We pick it up. Let's take stock real quick here. So you want a quick frame of reference. Not that you can never know the exact amounts, but we know we are pretty rich. This item timing is quite good, and you have like 2,000 gold on top of this. Your item timing is very strong. And then as you click through, I don't know their exact net worths, but I can roughly tell, like, oh, this is like a good chunk of items, whatever. Your team is pretty strong here, and I see some big timings coming up. So this smoke right after Roche is actually a mistake. First of all, AC is close on the Dawnbreaker. So let's let her finish AC. Queen of Pain has 2,000 gold in her inventory. The blade mail's done. It is not delivered. The build is not great, but let's ignore that. Like, there is money being spent, and it's not here yet. Lion... Okay, Lion, like, whatever. He's a support. He has this blink. He has money he could spend, but, whatever. Guardian Greaves, not that far off. 500 gold, it looks like. That would be nice to have. And then you have 2,000 gold. So what do we want to buy? I would say BKB is pretty safe. You'd have a really strong timing, right? BKB protects me from a lot of crowd control and magic resistance for spells. Butterfly gives me a lot of evasion from right clicks. I have a Manta for a dispel, and then I even have a second life on top of all of that. I've got lifesteal going, got some extra attacks here. Your BKB would be the furthest item, but you are a pretty farmed carry. So we could do that, and I also just noticed you're 19 and a half. I have 5 minutes of the Aegis. So within 2 to 3 minutes, you could have BKB. Queen of Pain will have her item. Dawnbreaker buff AC. We'll have Guardian Greaves. You'll be level 20. It's a whole series of power spikes. And I still have 2 minutes of Aegis after that time. So that would be the best. And if you could tell your team that, hey, I want to finish this item. Hey, let's go let's heal up and let's get these items and then go. That would be the best. It's very hard to always coordinate that in pubs. I understand. So sometimes when smokes like this happen, we'll just go with it. So let's see what happens here. Looks like Queen of Pain's kind of far forward. Treant's here. Oh, that was an illusion. I guess that was a replay bug. I too thought that was real. But we've been got. We went in, and here's where a BKB would be very helpful. All of Invoker spells, being able to just ignore the hero for the most part is really nice. So it looks like we all committed into Overgrowth. And then we're taking like this one-on-one fight. We do get 2 kills, but we lose the Aegis. Get Chaos Knight. Okay. So in the end, that was a losing fight, right? We lost Undying, but he respawned with Ceaseless Dirge. You died, but we had the Aegis. So despite having an 8k gold lead, we took a 5. PA didn't even show, actually. Yeah, that was a 5-on-4 that we essentially lost every hero. And some of that was just all running in and getting wombo comboed into the spells. But also, we just missed some of the power spikes of our other items. For example, he could have removed the Overgrowth if he had the Guardian Greaves. If you had the BK... I think your Manta was on cooldown, but if you had the BKB, you could have dodged a lot of that damage. Then we wouldn't have lost our lives, things like that. You also had 5 minutes of Aegis, and we used about 20 seconds of those. And everything else is gone. So that's why it's okay to farm up after you get the Aegis and then line up the power spikes and still use the end of the Aegis. It's the same life respawn. It's just whether you use it instantly or later is up to the team making the choice and how the fights go. So a little bit of a missed opportunity on that front. I don't know how much more there is to talk about that. What is it, Jupiter? You want to come over here? Don't pee in that corner. We build an Ags. As part of you lining up your power spikes, this is strong on Luna. I would... we are thinking about ending the game here. 'Cause this gold difference is about as big as it's going to get. You can go a little further. If you want to aim for second Roche, I guess we can try. But if you're trying to do it with this first Aegis, you need the BKB. This Ags is... Come here, Jupiter. It's, how do I describe it? It's like more damage than... You have the damage, I guess. Like, before you bought this Ags, you have the damage with these 3 items and being level 20. What we don't have is the survivability. We kind of have some of it, but as we saw, when we get the spells thrown on us, we die. So what we need is the survivability more than the Aghanims. Okay, they're all missing. You should just use the Manta to clear this. Stay out of sight, send your Manta in. See how your team's kind of like scattered here. This ult, I guess you didn't realize the creeps were coming, but this is also not like the main target we need to kill. It's kind of worked out, but this was a very messy fight for your team. Okay, still got him. So let's take this tower. You want to be real fancy here? Send your Manta illusions to the mid lane to cut this wave coming in. That way you can push 2 lanes at once. We end up losing a hero. probably could have just kept pushing bottom. I don't mind joining the team here, though. Going behind the tower is kind of scary, and then we need to go get the creeps. So kind of a same situation. Send your illusions to another lane, and your main hero goes back. So like all of this doesn't matter. If you kill heroes here, it is nice, but like there is no creep wave yet. So this is a lot harder of a fight than you need to take. If they fight you over here, that's much easier for you guys to take. So we're kind of throwing spells too early, and then like wasting time on this tower before the creeps get here. This is a lot more risk than necessary. And looks like, you know, this is the risk coming in to get us, where we've now lost a lot of heroes that we shouldn't. So here, it's like, it's okay to back off. We don't need to push like right there. We can back up, deal with stuff, and then move in. And all these losing fights will be very painful because we're worth so much every time we die. It's funny to say, I know you're doing really well relative to your rank. To finish it off, you can't die like too many times, even though it's like, oh, well, 10, 5, 12 is still really good. But like, if we're dying with this gold difference, it's really bad. Like, the further you are ahead, the more punishing the same mistake is. And you kind of have to hold yourself to a higher standard to close it out. It's just kind of what's required. For example, the choice that's costing you your life these last couple times is the BKB. And then we don't want to fight this one because our teammates were dead. I think that's probably, you've got the farming down clearly. I don't know if all your games go this way, but like, let's just take this game, for example. Your farming clearly was doing very well, but now choosing the fights to use that farm, since starting this replay is where we have issues. I haven't seen, the bottom fight was okay. All the other fights have been bad for you and your team. And I know you can't completely control the team, but we'll just do the best to control ourselves. This one's okay, I guess, because they were split up. Though you are dead, so it's a little dicey. Checking out that Undying. Let's see, respawn. You need the BKB, and at this point, we play for the second Aegis. So you just go farm that, get it, and then have your team just sit behind you with the second Aegis. Have the banner dropped. You can end the game. In the meantime, if you can take the tier 2s, that'd be great. Let's see, Earthshaker's dead, so this is kind of okay. But they know Queen of Pain is top because she was just here. And then Dawnbreaker could ult in, but that is a 4-on-4 fight. So there is some risk. Should be a little careful. For example, right off of this, you're just like immediately moving here, leaving these guys behind. Okay, not too bad. All right. If we could cut the mid wave with mantas, you could maybe push. Like, you guys back out. Do we have manta? When we have manta, put one here and like one here. Or someone checks Roche. Everyone's standing together. Very dangerous. We don't actually need to stand this close, okay? I know we can't control the teammates, but we can stand like back here. Back here would be good. It's just hitting tower the entire time. Or like next to each other for the echo. Get away from them. All right, this still works out. So now we just go get Roche, finish the BKB. You guys are gonna push it. This is more risk than necessary, I would say, but we can try to make it work. Okay. We are fighting to end the game right now. Just like to put the frame of reference in. because the barracks are down and then this one is gone. So it's like we have to win the game right now. You guys aren't in that situation though, because you have a good gold lead. So you can go back and take the easiest fight. We're currently taking a fairly hard fight because we're pushing into the tier 4s into the fountain. Like this is our last shot, guys. If we don't win here, we lose. But I don't think that's the situation when you're pretty rich and Roche is up, or like it's any time it's going to be up. So I don't think this is really a necessary fight. If you do win, you probably will win the game. But if you lose, you'll give a lot of gold to the enemy team. Right, this is like the hardest fight we can take, and then we do get pulled into the fountain. I would like let's look at this. Look at that gold swing. It's huge. So this is one. I think we can summarize it as that. You have mastered the farming pattern for your bracket. If you are constantly this gold lead ahead of your team, your farming pattern is really good for the rank, and you don't have to worry about it anymore. Let that be now your backseat. Like, make that your subconscious play. Just do it. And now what you need to actively think about is, what is the best fight I should be looking for? How do I line up these power spikes, my own items with Aegis, and then just safely push? They have to deal with you. You are currently trying to deal with them. But when you are this rich, remember earlier when the bar was like so different, right? So that's us throwing the lead. When you were so rich, they have to say, how do we kill a BKB Butterfly Luna twice? You know, they have to go to you. You don't have to go to them. But you guys are playing like you have to go to them. All you have to do is like line up the items and the Aegis and then hit this building. They will jump you and then you hit them. And that's it. So that would be my advice. Either work on the map awareness to figure out like when fights are good to take or not, or the communication to like tell the team like, hey, just like sit behind me and I'm going to hit buildings, and we're not going to look for kills because the kills are going to come to us because I'm like 10,000 gold ahead of the next richest hero, right? If they don't come to us, I will destroy their buildings. So they must come to me, and I have 10,000 more gold, so I will just kill them. But if I chase into the fountain, if we keep taking bad fights where like one hero is going in and they're landing spells, if I buy the wrong, you have all good Luna items, the BKB is just too late. And sometimes that costs you a lot. It costs you like three deaths this time. If you change those, you'll be able to finish these games. Not always, because sometimes the team will mess it up, but there are stuff you can do to improve your odds of winning these kind of stuff. So let's see one more here, because I think you'll get this Aegis. Well, I hope. It's a much closer game now, though, compared to earlier. She is kind of online. She had no tools to kill you before, but because of the mistakes, she now has them. Uh-oh. All right, we were on separate pages there. I agree with you to do Roche here. Or actually, I would say because the game is now closer, we need to find a fight to do Roche. But if I was choosing between Roching and team fighting, I would definitely try to Roche. But we should be with the team is another thing. Like, the suboptimal play together is better than the correct play separated, which is what this is. Like, if we say your play is correct, but you're by yourself while these guys are over here, then it ends up not working out. And they are ignoring Roche and killing it undying. It's the suboptimal play, we can say, but they are together, so it's getting done. I wouldn't really like point fingers to anyone in particular here. It's more just like a team decision of getting sucked into it for this rank. Quap said B and then jumped in. Yeah, maybe we can point at Quap then. She knew but couldn't resist. Still got it in the end. Oh, but ran away from the team. See, okay, this is the other thing I will say as we load in the next one. This is the second. I know this is like a sample size of 2. Getting Roche does not have to lead to immediate action. Because I see you get Roche and then instantly TP top, which is the last lane to push. You have 5 minutes with the Aegis. The last 2 minutes are when you want to start forcing things. The first 3 minutes, you should look for the most ideal play. And you don't have to feel pressured because you have 5 minutes to do it. So 3 minutes to find the perfect play. 2 minutes of like, okay, we didn't find it, so now we brute force it. But you spent 3 minutes farming and looking for that kind of play, so you should just be in a better spot. The first one, you guys did it, smoked, ran straight into them, and then lost it. Second one, I don't know what happens, but maybe you do, maybe there is more care too there. But I see it happen a lot, where like teams will get it and then just force it. You're the carry, so you have more control over it. I don't know why I just did that. We already had it opened. Oh, this one's also... well, I already did the last one non-offlane. I guess we could continue. What time is it, actually? All right, I think it's okay. I want the others to be offlane though, so no one else donate into it unless it's offlane, then it's fine. I think for now, I don't feel like that strict about it. Maybe in the future, I would be more strict. Most of the theme has still been offlane, so I'm going to say it's acceptable. Okay. How should I play the mid game with a build that doesn't push out lanes? And when to play for save versus catch? That one's kind of draft dependent. Let's see. This game, we are Shadow Demon. I have a Pudge on my team, so he's usually the catch. There's also Lena stun and Monkey stun. So we don't really have to play to catch. We have to play to save whoever gets shackled and whoever gets necro ulted. And then whoever he links, I have to help them. So we are pretty much all saved this game. I will save Disruption for one of these two and then save my ult for this guy or this guy. And we can adjust depending how the game goes. Mid game, pretty close for the most part. And then here it starts to fall off. So why don't we jump to here where it starts to break apart. That looks about 24 minutes. Oh, who's that? Thank you. What?
Love the stream. Carry coaching when us scrubs need it.
Mensanity, thank you so much. Carry coaching when. I hadn't really thought to do one role in particular, but because of the offlane change, I thought to do it. And because of doing the offlane, I was like, maybe we could do other roles. So we can do other role focused, though I'm seeing an issue where like some people may want their replays and then donate, but if it's not the role, then we're in a weird spot of like, should we reject or not? So now I'm kind of like not blaming anyone who picked a different role, but now I'm rethinking of like, that would be an issue compared to previous topics where it's like, oh, the topic is late game, right? Like any role can do that. So I'm kind of like rethinking it. But we can try, and maybe we'll be like clearer / stricter about different roles. For today, as our first time doing it, I think it's fine that things are getting kind of messy. And it's whatever. Okay, so this game, it's been very even. How do we take fights? Ignoring the different lane pushing and everything. We let Pudge hook. And if Pudge isn't hooking, we let Lena or Monkey King or Death Prophet do things. So like Death Prophet ult is forcing an objective. Lena long range is forcing an objective. Everyone else is just waiting for something to happen. They have to initiate on the Lina, let's say Lina or Death Prophet. They're hitting the tower. They have to initiate. Who goes in? Lion, Rubik, or Shadow Shaman. And then what happens? You disrupt them. Easy peasy. Did you buy the gem first item? This feels a little early for a gem this quickly. I would definitely go for the blink this game because of how important the save is. But I'm also just sitting behind people, so I wouldn't mind if you bought like some other item first. Yeah, this is a pretty early gem. I would be worried because it's been such a close game that you could lose this and then nearly half your net worth is gone when you give this gem away. I also don't think this is a game you need to buy a gem so early. They don't have invis, and it is nice for warding, but you can also get by with the sentries while you work for another item. Gonna get that deward though. Hell yeah. If your team is in the middle of a smoke, I'm not sure you should be dewarding. You should probably be waiting. Okay, smoke pans out. Finish the kill. Death Prophet's pushing in mid. So we go to her to take mid. Or we move away from the lane we just pushed. And now we push a new lane. If you're buying a gem this early, you don't want to be like leading the way on this kind of stuff. You need to be behind people as the support. Or you need to pass the gem off to someone more survivable. Oh, okay, we were thinking about doing Tormentor. Okay, I'll take that. Let this guy go in front, let the Monkey King go in front. We're now smoking without Wukongs, though it's pretty close, so it might be fine. Lina can't join, though, so this is getting weird. We are intentionally taking a 4-on up to 5 hero fight. You guys are not prepared for what Pudge is doing. We're looking at different things. And now you're like rushing in. So this is where the fight needs to be very structured. And the hero one of the heroes we structure around is not here. So this is a bad fight. And then to adjust, you just like stay in this area behind. My gem. My gem. Lina's here. All right, so I think we can see this ended up being a rough fight. For you individually, try not to lead the way when one, you don't have, you're supposed to be the safe hero, so that's one thing. Second thing, I don't have any of my items. Ignoring, like even with the gem, which hilarious, you recovered. Especially with the gem, I don't want to lose it. But then secondly, even without the gem and I have no items, I don't want to lead the way. Like, I'm just going to die. I got nothing. Like, let the people with more survivability and items to back it up, let them go in front, and I just sit behind them. Okay, our team got kind of scattered here as the respawn has happened. If you want, it's an extra micro, but if you are going to buy a gem this early, I would practice the courier micro as well. For example, even from the base to here, like even if you keep it here, that's already going to save you some time. And then as you move, let's say you move along top, just send it to like this tree line, you know? We're playing up here, sieging this. Just bring it and like stick it in this tree line. I know it's more work, but it will save your gem a lot in pubs. For example, yours made it all the way from here to here. So there's clearly room for it to work in pubs. But part of the reason we don't want to buy it so early is how often we have risked losing that chunk of money. They're all missing, and you guys are scattered. This is where you'd want to take a very defensive posture. At least we didn't lose the gem. Yeah, and then like things like this are not actually safe. You gotta like go all the way around. Okay, they're gonna push mid. You say to push side lanes. I agree with that. Okay, we respawn. Okay, so this, you can't do this. They just killed you here, so it's likely they warded somewhere in this area. And then where are they right now? Do I know they're gone? No. I'm gonna walk in. This is where you just die instantly again. And then you're gonna lose your gem too. Fortunately, they actually weren't here. But did we know that? Not really. What is this crazy effect going on? I am just permanently a fish now? What are you? You're some kind of... This is cursed, guys. It's pretty funny. I've never seen that. That's how you're gonna end up losing your gem. And without the gem, it's also how you're just gonna end up dying. Okay. They had a sentry here. You killed it, and then you put an observer. By creatures of habit, they're gonna bring another sentry, and they're gonna kill your observer. Wherever you see observers and sentries, you pretty much just shouldn't put observers. People will check again. Here's the lion coming to instantly check again, right? It's like the first thing he's gonna do. Should he have? Because clearly you are here. He should have thought they have some confidence to be here. Where he's wrong because he didn't think about that. And also he's right because we didn't have any confidence to be over here because my teammates aren't nearby. But he's gonna do this. Oh, maybe it works out. Okay. He is gonna respawn and he's gonna come over and he is gonna look for... Oh, the gem. Never mind. He's not gonna need the gem. He's not gonna need the sentry because the gem is now in their possession. I want to see though. Does he respawn and immediately go for the... Look! It's in the exact same spot too. This is how a lot of people ward. They just keep putting the same things throughout the game. All right, let's go hide. Oh, okay, let's respawn. Once we respawn, we will regroup with the team. Things have gotten really scattered for you guys ever since some of the chaos happened earlier. I have yet to see a structured fight because I think you guys keep... they are moving together and you guys are splitting up. We do need observers to live so we can help to create the structure, which is why losing the observer top, for example, hurts. Okay, high ground push. Our team is ready. We stay back, wait for them to commit, and then we save people. It has to be a shackle or a necrowall. We won't disrupt until then. We can throw out poisons and such. This is our cast range. You can be a little lower, by the way. Lower would be better. Because they can jump into here if they really want to. It's harder to jump back here. All right. Positioning for base defense, pretty good. Smoking, but we don't actually have a target. If we go back... So they left. Okay, Rubik showed mid. But that's kind of it. And Rubik and Lion, no, Shadow Shaman. So 3 heroes showing, but it turns out everyone is with them. Now, it still actually worked out for you guys. Monkey King got a pretty good ult there. Let's see how the rest plays out. Actually, hold on. I got to go back to look at your perspective. I would say this is a pretty risky smoke. It seems to have worked out. You're really close to a blink, though. Like, you should want to finish that blink before smoking and then not lead the way like this. And then your ultimate is supposed to be for Razor Link or Necro Ghost Shroud, so try to save it for that. It kind of worked, as in, like, I guess we baited them in and Monkey King got the ult, but it is still, I would still say it is not the correct, like, it's not the correct thing to do. Oh, we do go for it. It's a little late, but actually it was the right idea. Oh, don't kill me. All right, in the end, pretty good. Despite my complaints about the positioning, it paid off in the bait. You forgot your own gem though. Pretty funny. With that gem, now's a great time to do the D ward sweeping. Maybe you thought you grabbed it. You're like, wait a minute, where'd it go? Haha. Okay, now we got it. With that with that gem, you could go do the D warding and look around and place your deep wards. Because we end up not really doing much because we like go back and forth a bit, and your team didn't realize Roche was gonna move. Otherwise, you guys could have done Roche right away. Okay, I feel we're starting to see a repeat of the key lessons, so I might watch a little further, but I think we will move on soon. Your main question was, how do I know to be a save or initiation? And that is that's like true. It can be a tough choice. Default to saving with Shadow Demon, because you are really good in response to certain people. For example, wasting someone's BKB time with Demonic Purge is really good. But if you Demonic Purge them and they just don't BKB, they can then have a free BKB later. It might still be worth it, but there's no guarantee if you go first, you get what you want. In the same way, if you disrupt first, well, what if I need the save after? It's much easier to see things happen and then respond. Like, the BKB happened, so I Demonic Purge. The Ghost Shroud, I know we're killing him, so I use it on him. You know, the response for Shadow Demon is far easier than initiating. That doesn't mean you can't initiate, but as a safe default, waiting is usually easier. To initiate, you need to know that nobody else is involved. So like, I know 4 heroes are bottom and I want to initiate on this guy top. So I don't need to save because we're only initiating on this guy and there is no response necessary because no one can react to then me reacting to them. It's just like not a consideration. There's other games you can think about it, especially early to mid game. You can initiate more. Now that we're in the mid to late game, I'm mostly saving people. Especially when my team is the one that can force things to happen. Like Death Prophet or Lina hitting things from afar. They will have to come to them, us. And then like they don't have great heroes for that. So it's pretty easy to respond and save. Okay, that works. Yeah. You can ult him, I guess. I don't think you have to ult that guy. I think saving it for what's his name is better. You can throw Demonic Cleanse on her just because she got low. Since it does have a heal. It may not be doing the cleanse value, but the healing's nice. Walking into here's a little scary because you don't actually have your blink ready right now. So if you get jumped, everyone else is like further back, but they can, you know, should be able to get to you. But again, do you need to get anybody? Ignoring the fact that you just killed people, right? As Death Prophet is ulting this and Lina is hitting this, the damage is going to be done very quickly. So for a support who can do both, initiation or counter initiation, saving, it's like, do I need to do anything? Are they stopping us from taking this tower? And if your tower hitters are hitting the tower, no, they're not stopping us from hitting the tower. So I can be back here just hitting the tower, and when they do something about it, I will respond. But if I cannot hit the tower until I kill people, then we need to initiate. And I'm trying to think of an example of that, and I'm kind of struggling. I guess if you were like a melee carry lineup and you were into Enigma, for example, now we need to kill Enigma because if we don't, he will kill us. Except, no, he won't because you have disruption. So that's another case you would just save people. I'm trying to think if someone can come up with one, let me know. But this kind of stuff, like, okay, for example, why do we need to kill Rubik right now? Oh, because Rubik is stopping us from taking this tower that I have killed 2/3 of. Not really, you know? Like, we can actually just kill this tower. Is it nice to get bonus kills because we have some dead? Yes. but also it is potentially where we throw, right? Because everyone goes, oh shit, a kill! And everyone rushes in, and then maybe people are alive, or maybe they're willing to buy back, and now we're behind the tier 2, in between the tier 3. You see it here a lot, right? A carry hits the tower, it's 3/4 dead, and then the initiator goes, a support, get him boys, and everyone goes, the support, get him, and everyone rushes in, and then they fortify, and you're all tanking the tower, and then the tier 4s are hitting you guys, the tier 3s hitting you guys are completely in vision, and it's like, there's a snapshot moment of like, why did we do this? The tower was about to die in 2 seconds. I didn't need to do any of this. And then you snap back to reality where you're being killed by the tower. And you're like, well, maybe next time I won't do this. I could have just sat under the tower. I recognize that it can be good to go for more kills. For example, because you kill Rubik here, instead of just ending on this tier 2 push, you can actually now go for a tier 3 push. So it's not that you can't do this stuff, and it can be good to do. There's just a lot more risk to it. So I would just be more cautious of it, or recognize when you do it, there's danger, I suppose. Oh my god, boys, a hero, get him! You know, everyone's rushing in, Razor's starting to hit everybody, I'm having to come under the tower. Did I need to do this? Could I have just sat here watching the Lina and the Death Prophet hit and the Monkey King sit in this tree? Yeah. Could we have been in a lot better formation back here? Yeah. But, oh my god, heroes. Let's see if it works out for you guys. It's getting messy. You're dying to the tower. This is what happens when we gotta fight back here. This tower's probably done 4,000 to 5,000 damage in this team fight at this point. And we end up losing this one. How much tower did we get? Look how close this tower is to dying. Let's go back in time. When did he jump? All right, the tower is taking damage. We're waiting for high ground. Oh, we just immediately, before anything started, never mind. Okay, through backdoor, I would just like to point. Through backdoor, we've done about 300 damage. Backdoor is now down. So my team is not looking to fight. So passively, this tower is dying to the ultimate. Never mind, it's not. When does it even start taking damage? When do you guys even do this shit? Okay, Lina's now doing it. Look how quickly Lina's doing it. I know I'm sped up a little bit. Look how much Lina did. That was like 5 to 10 seconds. So all we had to do was sit here for 10 to 15 seconds and the tower would fall. And the tower would not have done like 5,000 damage to all of us through the fortification and then focusing us in this entire fight. Right, like we needed 15 seconds to make our lives easier and not initiate, which is why like being the save is often a lot better. Bayo, I looked at your game earlier, by the way. I don't know if you were there or if I told you. I can't even remember. Okay, let's move on. Back to offlaning. 65-ish hits from the tower. Sounds about right. Shadow Demon is very good at being the save, the default save. I'll wrap back to that. Wait, why am I writing Tidehunter in here? Getting the typing confused. Should you go about offlaning Drow? I would not. What would even be the build of offlane Drow? I can't even... What would you even shift? Drow carry already builds fairly aggressive items. What could you even change on Drow? I don't even know. Maybe you could buy an extra slow in the lane. That's like the only thing I can think of. Like Orb of Corrosion. And you try to kill people with that more than you would Drow carry. That's all I got. That's all I got. Do you... Okay. Cooking here, guys. Skip multi-shot. Max frost arrows and silence, because we're offlane fighting Drow. We don't need multi-shot for the farm. Oh yeah, we're just slowing people and silencing people. What's the scaling on those items? What is that? 6 seconds of silence every 13 seconds, guys. And I push them away from us as we try to kill them. And then we go from 15 to 45. That's actually kind of a lot. It's kind of a lot. 45% slow. This is it, guys. Oh, no. Okay. Wait. We're cooking more. Blink Drow with the Hurricane Pike. I blink in. I gust towards my team. And then I Hurricane Pike them even further. And I die in the process. But I'm sure my carry will now kill whoever I have pushed into the team. I really can't even think of how you would adapt the build. You would just be another carry. Okay, I should have downloaded before we started the timestamp. Sorry, people who clicked to the timestamp. But here we are, Tidehunter. How could I have team fought or itemized better? I am Tidehunter. Okay, let's start with itemization. Let's go to this. Actually, before we even see what you built, what do we got? Tide and Spirit Breaker. We got a Silencer. We got an Anti-Mage, and we got a Death Prophet. So 4 of us can be pretty good tempo team fight around Death Prophet ult, and then wait for Anti-Mage to come online. That's what I'm thinking when I just look at our team. On their team, what do we got to deal with? So Spectre, oh my god, so greedy. Spectre late game, a classic, gonna be a bit of a pain. Though Anti-Mage is not the worst into that. Slark, in the draft, I guess you wouldn't know Slark what and a Spectre. Turns out it's mid lane Slark, and I guess you would find this out once the laning begins. Okay, so Slark will be annoying, but he should have a weak start as a mid laner. She has a weak start as a hero, even in the right spot. Underlord's pretty strong in the early game. He could definitely make pushing difficult. And how he does that is through magic damage on Firestorm. Then we have Shadow Shaman, so some good lockdown. I'm not worried about it because I got Blubber. But that could be annoying for my teammates. But then I look and I got Counterspell, Charge, Silence. So actually not as worried about him as usual. The saves coming from Shadow Demon could be annoying. You know, we like commit to somebody and then he disrupts them. We just talked about in that last one, right? But he can be annoying and jump, or she in this case, Persona, jump to the back and silence and cause chaos. And then also we have the global silence on Silencer. Is there a cat here? Hello, you want to be on stream, Hef? So the early team fight is really good. I would say if you built a pipe, this guy does nothing to you to start. And they just don't have damage if you have an early pipe. I can't imagine how they do anything. After that, I like Dead in the Water Shard. Not like immediately pipe Shard. I'm just thinking items that are good. So pipe would be good. Shard to lock down the Slark, because your own team's lockdown is quite lacking. There's the Spirit Breaker with bashes, which he can deal with, and then the bashes are a little bit random. And then if you do get bash, you might get controlled in the disruption, and then there's no guaranteed bash afterwards. So a little bit more lockdown for the team would be great, and for you, that's Dead in the Water. As part of acting as initiator, you might also need a blink to blink Dead in the Water. But if you can just walk in and they have to come to you, that could also work. So for example, Death Prophet pushing with the ultimate, I'm just sitting next to her. You've got to come to us and you're planning to run away? No, dead in the water. So maybe I don't need a blink until later, potentially, when we want like more team fight. Is that all I got? Eventually, Lotus can sometimes be nice, right? Look, we could counter this. We could maybe float the idea of a Lotus. It's kind of what I got. So I think Phase Boots, Soul Ring potentially. The Pipe sounds good to me. Dead in the Water. And we'll figure out what seems to be the problem after that. That's my rough item build right here. Let's see what you did. We got the Phase Boot Soul Ring. Okay. You went Vlad's. This is a pretty good aura item, but it's best for longer fights and when my team right-clicks a lot. You, it's good, right? For you, it's a good item. That's why it's a potential Tidehunter item. Supports don't really benefit from the Vlads. Outside of like a little armor, you know, very minor benefits. But I mentioned actually their early game damage is magic or stat stealing from Slark. So the armor kind of helps, but who is more likely to win in a long fight? Us with like lifesteal or a Slark stealing stats? I actually don't think we want a ton of extended fights with the Vlads, especially because Death Prophet doesn't really benefit from it, and then Anti-Mage will eventually, but is he playing with you? You finished at 12 minutes, right? Is he playing with you? Probably not. He's like off on his own world doing who knows what. Looks like he felt he had to get Vanguard first, so this guy's farming forever. Actually, he recovered pretty well. 25-minute Manta after all this is actually quite good. So he's not going to join you till around this phase here. Oh my god, we got Daedalus, hell yeah. But I see we don't have the Pipe. We did get the Blink and the Shard, so you hit most of the things, but as part of the early push, like how we make space and identifying like a lot of its magic damage, I don't think the Vlad's is the item. I think the Pipe is better. But now knowing you were planning to do some carry shit over here, the Vlad's kind of makes sense for that. And I think you can do this in pubs, especially with that like level 20 facet. But I don't know if I love it. If I skip Vlads, how do I farm early and sustain? The Pipe would give you a lot of HP regen, and then the Soul Ring is the mana. So you, it's not that different from having the Vlads. You have like a little less mana regen, I suppose, because the Vlads would give you some. Like, you already have the Soul Ring plus the Vlads, and the Vlads is sustaining the Soul Ring. So now the Pipe will sustain the Soul Ring. You need 6.8, I believe. The exact number, I think is 6.8. 170 divided by 25. 6.8 regen is what the Soul Ring is, converting health into mana if you use it off cooldown. So Vlad's, you are getting that through the lifesteal. For Pipe is 14 HP regen, so it's just more than double what you need to like non-stop Soul Ring. Okay, let's jump to... So we do eventually win this. I guess let's like start around here. Yeah, because like, okay, how do I keep growing my gold lead from this area? Because it does seem like we had a pretty good start. Although Spectre has like a decent amount of money too. Did she get this from farming or? Looks like she was lasting pretty well. Maybe we weren't pressuring this tower hard enough. So come over, take the creeps. Does mean Spectre gets to farm. Oh, we just left that camp. think you can finish that camp. If you do this early enough, Spectre doesn't get the farm. I feel she is farming. I think you have to like push her off like you're doing, like you would keep doing this with the support and then do this. They're gone and we just jumped here, so I don't know what happened, right? But she needs to be punished for this. So this is where you need your team to like, hey guys, position 4, come help out, charge, or like Death Prophet, whatever. Someone's got to help you like close this lane out. And leave Anti-Mage alone to farm. He's got his Vanguard. He'll farm. Uh-oh, through the creeps. So we were a little off on the timing. Looks like Death Prophet was on the way. Support players, this is why this is it's not that useful to your carry at this point. Come on over, join the action, use Arcane Curse on 4 heroes, participate down here is better. Blink right after Vlad. So here you could still be saving up for the pipe if we were doing pipe first. And then I think Shard next is fine. Like you can just walk at them. I don't think you're actually initiating. Because when you do these fights, like you and Death Prophet are just pushing up to buildings and they have to stop you. They will come to you. You don't need to go to them until Anti-Mage is fully online. Then you'll need the blink. Because it is hard for you guys to kill heroes with the draft you have. So you just have to like walk into towers with your cooldowns available. So see how they can just retreat here? And we can say like, oh, well, it's because I don't have a blink. It's because like I need that initiation. But this is us reacting to them. That's why we need to jump them. And because if I can't catch a hero, I get nothing because I'm taking a defensive reactionary fight. But if we are grouping and just pushing a tower, okay, if they don't come to us, then I get a tower. If they come to us, then I can Ravage finally. So that's why we need to just like force an objective, then it works to not have blink. Okay, we can work on the, since we're going for it though, we will finish the blink. If you do want to build a blink, well, I guess you don't have Ravage, so maybe it doesn't matter right now, but we can't show, okay, so for example, hey guys, don't worry, I've got you. I'm gonna provide an aura, and when they jump, I'm gonna Ravage, and I'm gonna Anchor Smash. Also, I'm over here, actually, so good luck. You can't cut the creep wave this far. This is, they see this, and they go, oh, I guess we can defend. And they're going to fight without you because you're going to waddle on back here. If your team is pushing, you got to sit by them and then provide your Vlads and provide the Ravage threat. The enemy team doesn't remember when you Ravage. They don't know your cooldowns. They think you've got it. They weren't watching the last time you Ravage. They don't even know you've used it or not right now. New patch, really? 7 point whatever? I guess the qualifiers finished today, right? Or yesterday. Oh, damn. 7.40C. Oh! And here I was getting hungry. All right, let's Restart Dota. How big is this patch? How late are we up? Good. I was getting ready to end and go eat some food. I got some Costco pizza, guys. I was at Costco buying stuff to prepare for the snow coming in. By the way, if you guys are in the US and you didn't know, there's snow coming in for a lot of states, so get your stuff if you need it. What are we hoping? Another Largo buff? I would love. I don't think he needs it, but I would accept another Largo buff. Unfortunately, I think Brood will get nerfed, and I didn't even get around to playing Brood offlane yet, but that's fine. I would love for Venge or Veno to get buffed, because I want to play them in the offlane if we're going to have to do that. What else? Clinks is probably getting nerfed. Either the numbers on Searing Arrows or Death Pact. Or the Ags. Any of those three could be targeted. Ursa, I think, should get nerfed. How they want to do it, I'm not sure. Fury Swipe numbers or the Shard. What else? The game's updating. Will we... I'm not just rambling for nothing. What else? 7.40C. I'm going to type that in. What screen do I need to be on? How do we usually do this? Conda change. Oh, that's the wrong thing. Where is my screen for reading patches? A little lower. There we go. Real quick, how long is this? Okay, not too bad. Not too bad. Give me 1 second. We have to prepare. I have to refill the water, and then we'll go in one go. Everybody get ready. Jupiter was gonna eat this snack I have. Punk ass cat. Let me ping the Discord and then we can go. Do I even need to actually? Okay. We're getting ready for patch. Are we all ready? I wish I'd eaten more of this. I guess I could just make us sit here for a little bit. I'll eat the rest of that later. Okay. I'm ready. I ate a snack. We're gonna go through this, and then we'll see where we go from there. Item change. Conda can now be disassembled. I was trying to think of like what you could do with this. Because Phylactery is getting a slight nerf. I think that's fair. Stats going down, regen going down. I think it's still okay. Like, what's the play with disassembling Conda? Because it's Soul Booster Phylactery. So you buy Phylactery, you rush the Conda for, like, the early break, I guess. And, like, I don't know, boosted... What do we go? Sorry, you guys can't see. We go from 150 bonus damage to 250. And an extra second of slow. Like, it's that and the break. So you rush it for the break, but then you disassemble it into Octarine or Bloodstone. It's so bizarre. I'm not sure why it's disassemblable now, but maybe in the future there will be a different item built. Like maybe now it doesn't matter, but in the future it could. I can't think of like exactly where that, I don't know. Maybe Tiny, rush Conda, and then later you don't want the damage, you want more control, so you switch away from Conda into... You disassemble it, you build your Octarine, you sell Phylactery. I don't know, that's a... Anyways, hero changes. Should I be doing... I'll do timestamps for hero changes and all that stuff. Okay, what do we got? Abaddon, no longer applied by illusion. So core Abaddon getting hurt here, because the build is usually Radiance, Manta... It's probably still okay, but definitely nerfed. Axe, little less strength gain, and the talent at 15 going down. This is really popular at the pro level to be spamming a ton of battle hunger. Now that's pure damage too. Okay, agility gain on Bat Rider, and the damage up. I feel truly core Bat Rider is, it's got to be around the corner. People already do it as a little bit of a specialist thing, but the return of mainstream Bat Rider core, I feel he keeps getting buffed. At some point, it's got to be a thing again. Yeah, like even the carry bat is a little bit of a meme, but at some point, you can only nerf a hero so many times before people are like, I'll call your bluff, I'll play carry bat. And it could be real, it could happen. Okay, Bloodseeker. What is this? The max health damage per second decreased from 1.4 to 1.2. They deal more. They deal this damage when they attack, right? Yeah. No. Oh, that's the cost. This is a buff. Okay. I've forgotten how Blood Rage works. I had to read through the description for a moment there because I... So this is a buff. It's costing you less HP per second when you use Blood Rage on yourself or your allies. Okay. Yeah, I thought Bloodseeker could be one of the winners of 7.4, but, you know, he wasn't really, at least at the pro level. So, yeah, some, I guess, Blood Rage being buffed to be more usable, and then talent buff. 20 is being nerfed, actually. Interesting. I wonder if that's, like, pub-related. Don't really see him at the pro level at all. Brewmaster's actually, I thought he wouldn't be good, but he was doing okay. He's actually being buffed even. Aghanim Shard max HP regen per second increased, and then the Earth Brawler armor actually also going up by 1. Oh. I thought Brewmaster was fine, and I thought maybe he would even get nerfed if it was I guess the games I saw of Brewmaster just went really well. I didn't really look at the stats. I know he went down. I thought it was climbing because I thought people were starting to realize, like, oh, it's actually not too bad. Dota 2 Pro Tracker, it looks fine. Dota Buff, maybe it's lower. Okay, Brood. I guess he's still not getting any facets, though. Brood. Yeah, this had to be nerfed. 15% off. Oh, she's losing a web charge? Ouch. No longer applied by illusions. That was short-lived. Nerfing that talent even further, and then nerfing the 25. Okay, so part of the reason Brood was so good, the mantas worked on the web, and then I think you could send the illusions with the spider, so no risk to you, but the illusion would apply incapacitating bite. To then get all the like extra damage. And then you would like build as a carry. You'd be like Orchid Manta carry items and then get to 25 quickly and then have this insane like pop off with the talents and everything. So they just don't want that. She had a really good win rate, so she's probably just fine now. I think she's not dead from these nerfs. Clinks. Okay, a lot less damage from the skeletons to buildings. Only provides burning army ability without increasing skeleton archer hits to kill by 1. Oh, I see. Okay, so the Ags is just worse. Easier to deal with skeletons. 50 attack range is so sad. I understand this is good, like... It's the build people were going for, but in a vacuum, you look at your level 15 talent and it says 50 attack range. So sad, guys. So sad. Searing Arrow's multi-shot no longer applies to skeleton. What? It's just Clinks? I understand he is flavor of the month right now, and so he needs nerfs. I think this part alone is already... quite good. I don't know if this is also needed on top, but I guess when the Clinks changes happened originally, I didn't think he'd be that good, so what do I know? Nothing. I'm a fraud. Dark Seer, base armor up. Okay. Melee heroes love base armor. Doom, little less mana cost and Infernal Blade, sure. Drow Ranger, what are you? Talent nerf, okay. Earthshaker. Mana cost a bit cheaper. Support Earthshaker in the future, perhaps? Searing Chains. Okay, this is really good with Chain Gang. He's S tier mid. Duration down 0.25. Okay. And damage rescaled. It's a flat 100, which is a buff to early. What was it doing before? 75 damage. Now it's doing 125 damage. But at max level, it was doing 330 before, and now it's going to be doing 275. This is one of those things, it's meant to nerf him, but then his laning stage is actually better than ever, and then he ends up winning. It's like how they tried to nerf Pango, but every time it just kept being a buff. Is his early first few waves like even stronger now? Or like you have the option if you want to do it? Because now you could have like 2 points in Searing Chains is what? 175 damage, whereas before it was 140? The spam in the late game, and late, like once you have Searing Chains max, which is actually pretty early for a mid hero, that is a bunch of damage, and that is quite a nerf from 330 to 275. Okay, we'll see. We'll see if like the first couple levels make a huge difference or not. Base damage. Oh, base damage by 1, guys. Yeah, Grimstroke, harass. Okay. Cast range increase. Ooh, this one's a pain. 650 at level 1. Oh my god. Wait, that's so good. 150 extra cast range? And they buffed this? Oh shit, guys. It's Grimstroking time. I don't actually know if it's that like amazing. It's nice. It's fine to have, I think. I would have to go look through his abilities again to see if I think that like really brings him back in. I wish it was like more than 1 base damage, but Gyrocopter lost some attack speed and then a little bit of agi gain actually, I guess, to make up for it over time. Gyrocopter's win rate is not amazing, but he's still like top 3 carries at Pro Dota just because of how safe he is to pick early, and then you just give him a really strong combo, and it's a really safe tempo pick that doesn't have the worst late game. And it's like, okay, what can you do about it? There's counters, but he's always like safe. Huskar, Cauterize. Oh yeah, you got to increase this cooldown. 10 seconds, that's a good idea. I wasn't sure how they would nerf Huskar, but Cauterize is kind of what allows him to play and skip some defensive items. He can do like 2 aggressive items before having to go for defensive stuff. So I think a nerf in that direction is good. Jakiro, a little dumber. Which head lost the brain cell, do you think? Ice Path duration nerfed. But not the stun, right? Just how long? Okay, the stun is still 2 seconds, but the duration the path is out is less. Huh. I didn't think that's how they would nerf this hero. I guess that's okay. I just worry, the way everyone plays Jakiro right now is with Twin Terror for his really strong laning stage, and you don't really use Ice Path in the lane. I know this is value throughout the game, but if you still want a really strong laner, these nerfs to Jakiro are quite minor in that regard. Whereas, to get the other facet online, like this nerf to Jakiro hurts both facets. Not that you should strictly balance around like making every single facet both viable, but I don't know. I think we're still going to see Jakiro, even though he also has a win rate where it's like, it doesn't seem that impressive on paper, but the pros love it for how safe it is. Holy shit, Largo's in captain's mode already? What in the fuck? Is that record time? What's the fastest hero from added into captain's mode? Holy shit. Wait, what's the next tournament? Oh my god, I'm so excited to see Largo. Wait. Is it Blast? I think Blast qualifiers. Or no, like the actual Blast event is in about 2 weeks, right? That's crazy. I'm gonna have to look up later how fast other heroes got added from added to the game straight into pro match. Okay, guys, look. Well, hold on. Let me read the changes. Intelligence a little bit more. Okay, that'll help with the mana pool. Damage up. Wait. Oh, guys, open up we need the Excel. Where's my table? I can't be doing this kind of math. It's too late in the day. At the end of the stream, there's no math possible. Bring out my number pad. Okay. It was 35, 45. I should just open my Largo spreadsheet. I opened a brand new one. 36, 48, 60. Oops. I like the new keyboard. I got a quieter one. It has like linear switches. I like it overall. I do misclick more than my old keyboard. I don't fully know why. Maybe because it's like it's like marginally different and my hands are like muscle memory to the same 10-year-old keyboard. But also, I accidentally like brush over another key and it presses. Whereas before they had more resistance, I guess. So it wasn't as, it wasn't as bad. I'm vamping for time as I fill out the spreadsheet. My new, again, created a brand new one because it's only 5, I guess, 10 entries. What's the talent? 15 damage. So then it ended up at 80 and 7 stomps, and now it's going to be 87 and 7 stomps. Okay, so we are now going... At level 1, we have 4 extra damage. I think that's pretty game-changing. But later on, max level, it was 455. Now it's 504. And if you take the talent, it's 560 into 609. So about 50 more damage at max level on this change. Okay. Amphibian Rhapsody can now be toggled while silenced. Okay, there was some funny stuff where you got stuck in there, and then like if Grimstroke Ghost was on you, you just like can't deal with it because you couldn't auto attack. So you'll still be able to turn it off when you get silenced, which could help you preserve your stacks as well, rather than lose them. So that's cool. And then the radius got buffed. Okay, I think these changes are fine. I think this damage still doesn't change the build I like. Although I may try some offlane Largo now that we have to play offlane, and a little bit more farming speed on that is pretty cool. I'm very excited to see him in Pro Dota. I feel like Valve reached a point where they were like, I don't know, his pub win rate's really bad, but ZQuixotix says it's good. Let's just add him to captain's mode so that the pros can show the player base how it works. Hell yeah, let's go, let's do it. Pretty hyped about this. Yo, October, what's up? What is, I saw you playing the core Largo. Did you end up with like Phylactery versus Ags Rush / still doing Radiance or Spirit Vessel? Like, what did you end up deciding you liked the most? From offlane, I'm thinking, I think I would try an Ags Rush first, but I haven't fully decided. Oh, that's hype. I did not expect Largo to be in captain's mode. I'm very excited about that. What is this? Dual half a second off. Oh, but on the Ags. Wasn't that like just given to her? I swear the Ags either was just nerfed or was just increased. Dual Ag Scepter duration from 2 to 1.5. So that actually got nerfed. Oh, so I guess it's just another half second nerf. So now it's been a full 1 second nerf. On mid, you did Phylactery Spirit Vessel. Okay. I'm going to try him out. We'll try the core Largo for sure at some point. Once I have to still play Centaur and Axe to like live up to the channel, but after that, we're embracing evil. Okay, so nerfed. Lone Druid, base agility up by 2. Damage, okay. I don't know why I always read this, but I do. Even though a lot of times it's just to like formally announce it, it's the exact same change, just like rephrased. Savage Roar, 0.3 more duration at level 1. Oh, that's kind of nice. Level 25 slow resistance buffed 10 more %. Is this really? Surely you take root duration. I understand people have dispels and stuff in the late game, but this slow, I guess it depends on the game. Maybe there's a game you would do slow resistance. That does not seem, that is not an exciting level 25 talent. What's the bear? Root and leashes will now interrupt returns channeling. I'll be honest, I didn't even fully realize they didn't. So I'm glad that's happening. They only prevented casting of root, but had no effect if applied during the channeling. I see. Okay. Okay. On Offlane, you do the Greaves Rush, and then do Locket, Pipe, Ags, depending on game. Okay, I'm gonna have to theory craft my own Offlane Largo build. I'll try that aura. I haven't decided how good it would be to like rush the Ags. I guess I'll see before I even get around to it. Maybe a pro will do it. All right, Meepo. Mega Meepo. Poof damage factor per additional Meepo nerfed. 25%. Poof talent nerf as well. And then Ransot getting nerfed. I mean, you never see... Meepo pro play is so rare, but in pubs, he had a good win rate. Get wrecked Smurfs. Nerf him even more. Monkey King dropped off. Yeah, so he's getting buffed. 15 more damage on Jingu at max level. And then 5 guys. Count 5 damage on level 10 Primal Spring. Treant damage, what is it? Aw, 3. That's not as exciting as I was hoping. I really want I want like Nature's Call to be good again. And they're slowly buffing it, so I think we're getting there. I'm not sure 3 damage is the tipping point, but... Because he doesn't have... Yeah, he used to have a talent to give him more treants, but now it is still 5 treants. So 15 damage when they all attack. Doesn't seem that exciting. Pango, base strength up by 1. Chance reduction increased by 10. I completely forgot he had this, honestly. And then the swashbuckle cooldown down by 1. They're really trying to make him a hero, like not just about his ult and jumping around. He's more useful outside his ult. I think I'm okay with that idea. We'll see how many more buffs he can get. Unexciting. Oh, what about you? Minimum damage at level 1, decreased 1%. That's really hard to appreciate the value of, I feel. Mana cost going up. Okay. Pudge. Aw, man. 15 more mana at level 1. A lot of times you do leave Meat Shield at like a 1 point. Or I guess it's an option. I was excited. I saw Pudge actually had a decent pub win rate. I wanted to get to playing position 4 Pudge because I never actually do it. I wanted to do it. He's going to get nerfed before we're ready. Playing around the rot damage is the best Pudge build right now, in my opinion. And even in support, like you still max rot to take the fights once you get the hook. And then like the 1 point in Meat Shield is part of surviving your own rot damage. And now it'll be a little bit more expensive as you do other stuff. Ringmaster, loss of a base agility and increases agility gain. I need to get to level 11. 10 level ups, right? So level 11 to have the same agility. Laning stage slightly worse. Okay, Whoopee Cushion. Oh shit, Whoopee Cushion, Stink Cloud Radius, extra 50 though. That'll show him. Does a little slow. I completely forgot, to be honest. I literally only think of Whoopee Cushion as jumping forward. I don't even think about the slow it leaves behind. This is a new patch that just came out today. Just like less than an hour ago, while we were doing coachings, this patch came out. It's fairly minor. So far, the biggest thing is that Largo got added to Captain's Mode. Everything else is like small adjustments. Yeah, some of the biggest heroes have been hit. Nothing that crazy quite yet, though. Rubik. Telekinesis. 1 second less. Whoa. This won't help his laning stage all that much, which is why a lot of teams don't like him, is his weaker laning stage. Late game instant lift is pretty good, though, and to have it at 13 seconds, yeah, it matters. It's often the last ability you level up, though, so it's quite late. Shadow Demon, health loss. Yeah, you gotta bring this down. He'll still be good. Shadow Demon's really good right now because just everything works. Disruption is a great save for several popular heroes. You waste a lot of time for like Ursa and Clinks in their key moment. The ultimate, really good utility, again, against BKBs, the Dispels. Disseminate was really good to increase your team's damage and to chunk down healthy heroes or buff up your team's healthy heroes. So I think this is fair, but I still think he's good because of everything else. And the fact that tanky heroes taking off 12% is still going to be very good compared to like what other supports can do. Slardar losing some strength gain and some health. Okay, so easier to kill Slardar. Saltwater Shiv. 3, 4, 5, 6 to 2, 4, 6, 8. Okay, nerfed early, but better late. Wow, 3 regen, actually not max level. Stack speed steal. Move speed up to 8. This is like, I mean, this is a pretty big percentage buff. I feel like this can get out of control pretty quickly. How soon do you max this is the question. I feel it say, I know I've seen some people say it's like not that great, but I do think stealing regen stuff and then it allows you to go in and out of fights faster. Because before you have to like jump in, you take damage, you back out, you heal, you re-enter the fight. So when you're stealing these regens, it's speeding up the time that you exit the fight and then you can enter faster because you have all this stuff. Maybe you don't even have to leave the fight because you have bonus regen. I think it can add up. What are you? Strength gain down? Don't you have to nerf Phylactery more than you have to nerf Spectre? Some late game talent nerfs. Okay. A little easier to kill as the game goes on. Terror Blade. What do you got? Buffed. 5 less mana on his W. 10 seconds off of early ult. No longer affects reflection illusions. Oh. I actually didn't even know it did that, guys. It's a little bit less useful damaging enemies. Though I think a lot of people used it for your own illusions more anyways, because you can't guarantee you're reflecting on people. 15 talent reflection, 10 to 15. Sure. Is that why this doesn't work anymore? Demon Zeal, so like this talent can be better? Tidehunter, base strength down by 1, and that's it. Okay, base strength down by 3. Whoa! 3, that's a lot. Some strength gain back. Wow. He is a really popular hero, though. Both in pubs, his win rate's not as great, but the pro scene, he's like top tier. Wow. Falcons in shambles right now. Like, what did we lost? Abaddon got hurt. I don't even... they play Axe, but it's not like... Brood got hurt. Klink's hurt. Earthshaker, Ember, Huskar nerfed. Maybe they'll become Largo specialists. Maybe they'll all play Largo. That'd be absolutely hype as hell. But so many of their like key heroes got nerfed here. And that was it, right? Treant, Eyes now a 50. What? I am not a fan of that. I don't say this just as like a Treant Protector player, but I'm just trying to think about how much gold you can get so quickly. If you have the shard, you get the shard, 5 minutes later, they buy a gem and take out 5 trees. They've already got 250 gold. They probably find an observer or two. The gem's practically free versus Treant Protector. Gonna have to be very careful about where you put these trees. 50 seems high. Am I biased, guys? I haven't even played Treant Protect that much since the change because we played Largo so much and now we're offlaning. 50 seems like a lot. I also thought they were gonna buff this hero in the core department to try to like make that a thing, but I guess not. He was a really good support. Is still, I guess. Everyone likes to go Eyes in the Forest really early. This is like such a pro Dota nerf. Maybe I shouldn't even care. I ain't no pro. I'll build this in my pubs. They're not going to build a gem. Maybe I don't even have to worry about this. They'll, like, you'll lose some trees. You always do, but I guess maybe it won't be that bad. Ooh, Ursa did get nerfed in the Fury swipes. What is this? 1 damage? 1 damage? What? I give them 50 gold per tree and Ursa loses a single damage on Fury swipes? What the heck? How does that make sense? Number 1 Ursa carry pick lost a single damage on Fury swipe? That's crazy, guys. Why would they do that? Viper is the last damage rescaled. So it's actually a little stronger early, but 7 less damage at max level. And then when you take the caustic bath, which is like a multiplier, I forget, is it like 2 or is it 4? Oh, it just increased over time. I thought it was Oh, it was the Ags. It was the Ags. 4 times the attack speed. Oh, actually. Sorry, I know it's zoomed in for you guys. I actually thought this multiplied the damage as well. What do I know? And then what is this? Predator damage per missing health went up, but the DPS talent went down. So maybe like right-click scaling Viper is a little better. A little bit more damage from that. It accumulates? I guess so. I mean, let's say you have like 10 Fury swipes on someone. You do 10 less damage. Doesn't seem like that much. I don't know. For the Bear Assassin, losing 1 damage does not seem that impressive. Am I not thinking of something? Item changes that affect him? No. Okay, like the two top tier carries in my opinion were Clinks. Clinks lost so much, especially his Ags. And then Ursa lost a damage. Damage. Singular damage per Fury Swipe, which did scale up, but a lot of things don't build up even more than like 10 Fury Swipes. How are they the same? How is this fair treatment? Clinks got robbed. Clink's searing damage. Okay. Searing arrows should have lost 1 damage to balance. He should be at 64 damage right now. 19, 34, 49, 64. I think that would have been just. Oh, man. Yeah, is there any here that didn't get changed? I'm trying to think of, let's go through our, like, pro tier list. Dude, I can't believe Largo's in. That's crazy. Both these guys got nerfs. These guys got nerfs. Oh yeah, no keeper nerfs actually. And then these two got nerfed. So like all the S tier heroes except keeper in my opinion. Though not every team is a keeper team. Oh, I'm actually also a little surprised Tiny didn't get nerfed. I don't think I'll even make a video on this patch. Or this change. These are mostly minor. There's a couple bigger ones to like the best heroes, but I don't know if I even want to make like a completely separate patch video for that. Largo buffed and he's good versus Ursa. Okay. I guess that's something to think about. I was kind of joking when I was casting with Ricky. I was like, "Ooh, you're gonna have to, you're gonna have to think about Largo in the future with this." I really didn't think they were gonna. I didn't think it was gonna be soon. You can remove Strafe. You can remove Fury Swipe. So that is something Largo's got going for him here. You can remove Wind Run from Wind Ranger. You can remove Shield from Abaddon. Not this one, Refraction. That'd be pretty sick. But remove any of this stuff? I guess like the axes and like maybe the negative armor effect. But nothing as harsh as like these guys losing their stuff and him to the shield. The shield still pops and does damage, but you lose all the damage block. Actually, let me mechanics check real quick. I don't think it even absorbs damage, but maybe that's not right. Yeah, he still took damage from the Largo Q. So you do damage with the shield, but you don't block any with the barrier. Okay, what other heroes? Who do we buff? These guys actually are, in my mind, they're pretty good with the buffs that Largo brings. The Bullbelly Blitz could be great with those guys. And then the extra move speed, especially for Ursa. Largo pairing with Ursa, Pog. Any other carries? Remove Jingu, that's pretty good. Not good with the healing here on Medusa, can't help her. Although maybe the buff to her is kind of cool. I don't really remember playing against a Medusa. Brood with the boys and the song, that could be kind of cool. Okay, mid, Ember Shield and Chains. Can remove the silence, can't remove burning spear, unfortunately. Slow, I guess that's kind of useful. Probably good with Huskar. Like, just think about all the damage Huskar does that you can now buff up. Great with actually a lot of these mids. Playing with them at a pro level, giving them the Croca Genius. Storm what? Can't remove this. I guess you can remove Overload. I hadn't thought about that. Maybe pull people out of Avalanche could be kind of cool. Timber. I think you can interrupt Timber Chain if you like get the timing right. Can remove silences. Can't do these things. Can remove that signs if you're not hit by it. Move the dagger. That's kind of cool. All the spirit vessels that everybody's building. Largo, just eat that shit up. Great versus Viper. You don't like the corrosive skin, but you can take the barrier away from Pango. I feel like it's a lot you now have to think about all of a sudden. I guess now's a good time. There's a break in the games. Remove the root on Underlord. Remove Battle Hunger in the lane. Can you remove... Can you remove this brewed up stuff? Is this how this still works? Oh, did I need this? Oh, does he instantly get this actually? Interesting. What does Hangover do exactly? Does it do anything? After brewed up expires, he is hungover and cannot be brewed up again for 9 seconds. But it doesn't actually do anything, right? He just can't brew up again. But no negative downsides. I think so. Can I... I don't think you can, because they should be untargetable if we... Yeah, okay. Can't pull people out of Cyclone. I thought that could be like a cool counter to this. I don't think anything else you would care that much about. Okay, what else could matter at the pro level? Actually, I don't know if I ever ran into an Enigma. Can I pull people out of this? Can I do this? Largo. I need an enemy. Okay, you can't. No one ever plays Enigma in my game, so I didn't really remember if I ever ran into that interaction. Okay. You have the mini stun to possibly cancel black holes until he has BKB though, which is annoying for him. Eat the ion shells. No one even plays Venomancer in pubs or in the pro scene. Okay, what about here? You can't end tag team, right? Yeah. Can you do anything cool here? I think Shadow Demon's still winning versus Largo. Or, like, he doesn't care. Treant's probably not going to like Largo. Overgrowth removed. Bat Rider removed. All his stuff's instant silence. Cancels on Shadow Shaman. Could probably, like, pull people out of the calling, maybe. Take out tracks. Bane's not that popular right now, but that's kind of... If he were, you can't, like, nightmare people easily. Okay, fun. That's going to be cool. I'm excited to see Largo at the pro scene. I wonder who will do it first. When I get Spirit Breaker pickers in my match, I preemptively report them. Why? What's wrong with Spirit Breaker? I think he's pretty good in pub games. Do you know how Tide's -1 strength at level 1 results in -6 at level... What? Does it? I mean, that sounds like a bug more than anything. What's he supposed to have? So what? He had base 27 down to 26, so his damage should have only gone down by 1. Neither of these affect it, right? This affects strength gain and reduces other stats, but I don't think it affects his starting attack damage. Yeah. And then he's 54, which is the average. It looks fine to me. I don't know, maybe you had a bug or something, or maybe mine's bugged and it's working. When does Largo become available for pros? They just added it in. I can't believe they did, but he's in the captain's mode with this patch. So we'll probably see him at black. Well, I guess if the pros think he's good. I think he's good. I think we will see him personally if the pros feel they have enough time to practice him and feel comfortable with it. Is this the fastest any hero has been added to captain's mode? I was wondering, because it does seem really fast to me, but honestly, I can't really remember. I don't know if we have a convenient page for... Does captain's mode have, like... I'm trying to think of where to even check this. Like on the Liquipedia captain's mode page? Where can we go to check this? I'm sure some stat person does. And I'm sure if you could, like, if you go through the pages, you could, like, check when heroes got added and when they were put into captain's mode. But I don't want to do that. I just want to see if there's, like, a quick table of it. I don't see anything on here. I guess I'll look into it later. Okay. Ask ChatGPT. I'm gonna be real. I'm sure all I have to do is Google to use it, and then it brings me to a site to type it in. But I actually have never used ChatGPT, and I don't know how to use it or where to go to do it because I've never I've never needed to or wanted to. I suppose this could be one such use where we ask it, but I don't know if I would trust its answer. Even if it returned something, I don't know if I would believe it on this. A boomer, I really am. You know, when I was young, and you know the new technologies are coming out, it's really interesting to me too because my dad worked for phone companies, like cell phone stuff, at one point, and so in that era where we went from like, you know, limited, like you can buy an X amount of minutes on this, you know, brick of a phone. He would bring back things they were working on, like the new, like, oh, we're gonna try like this touchscreen and this, like, they had like flip open stuff, or like here's a whole keyboard when it flips open. So I got to see a bunch of cool things like as a kid, and I was like, oh, this is so awesome. I'm so excited for new things. I'd try to like, you know, you get like some new toy and like, oh, check this out, this is so cool. And they're like, what's going on? And then at some point it shifted and my family got like a new TV while I was at college, and I come back and I'm like, I'm asking my younger sister, I'm like, I can't figure out how to change like this to this setting. Like, what do I do? You know, social medias and all that is like constantly changing. I'm like, I guess I could if I wanted to, but I don't. I don't know when it hit me, but the times are a-changing and I can't keep up. Everyone's using AI and I'm just like, I don't know where to go to AI. I'll just keep Googling. I guess I could ask the AI to teach me how to AI. Half the chat had to ask what a flip phone was. Man, I miss the flip phones. They're kind of coming back, but they have the like bending screens. I want one, but they're really expensive and I think they break. Like, I don't think it's amazing compared to old flip stuff, which was more like, you know, the screen didn't bend. The screen was on the side that was like stayed flat. I would like one in theory, but I don't want to spend the money on it for it to break. How old am I again? What am I? 31. I'm old enough to have to think about it for a bit. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Like the whole change to smartphones and everything. Wild times. Wild. I grew up with the old, I don't even know how many. It was like it had like the limited minutes and stuff. And it was just because I used to walk home from school. I lived close enough to do it when I was like middle school and younger, but they wanted us to like, you know, in case of emergency, be able to call something. So they gave us one of those. And then I just had very basic phones as everyone had smartphones. It wasn't until like sometime in high school I eventually got a smartphone. I was way behind. Like, everyone was using smartphones and I was like, I don't know, I'm fine with this flip phone. Like, what would I use a smartphone for? Like, I just have a laptop or something like that. And then eventually got one and it's like, oh, this is what everyone uses smartphones for. Now they're your full life. Yeah, I know, I'm joking. I know I'm like relatively young. Sometimes I feel quite old, but yeah, I'm gonna live forever, so I'm relatively young. 31 out of infinity. We're good to go. What tips do you have for offlaners who have learned the basics, and even that one's supposed to farm the enemy jungle close to their tier 2 to deny enemy carry farm? What are some lessons we learned today, guys? Because we did the offlane coaching today. What were some common trends that came up? We kind of saw a lot of the stuff that I already covered in the video. I don't know if there are like simple tips or like that are coming to mind. I think any like simple enough tip to explain, I probably already put in that video. And now it's like the more advanced stuff, like, oh, you got to figure out how this game is going in particular and what your job is and all that. Do Tormentor. I'm just trying to think in my own games when I'm playing support. Like, what do I need from the offlaner that is commonly missing? It's just like active. It's the draft more than anything. It's just like a mix. It's not strictly the offlane's fault, but like between the 3 core picks, like, man, this sucks. These are all bad. Or like the laning stage stuff, which is all in the video. I'm trying to think of like extra new tips. I don't think I have anything right now because everything I have in mind I put in that video. Okay, I'm glad this patch was short. We did not take too long on it, so we can stop and eat. I was worried we were about to be up forever and I was going to be absolutely destroyed. But patch was pretty small. I am very excited to see Largo in Captain's mode. Some of the best heroes got nerfed. Some of the best heroes lost a singular damage. Oh, man. I can't believe... I am mouth agape at Captain's mode Largo and 1 damage off Fury Swipe. It's crazy to me. What heroes would you recommend this patch for offlaners? I guess it just got shifted around. If you want to play like the pros, this was my tier list for 7.40B. It just got shifted up. For most pubs, the meta doesn't even matter. What I would recommend is that most drafts are lacking in initiator, like someone who is just going to go in. Who you want to play, totally up to you. My go-tos were Axe and Centaur. You just want someone, so you want to address the most common issues in pub games. So I mentioned 1, the lack of initiation. 2, my position 4 is hot garbage. Those are the 2 most common complaints you will hear, or that's the most common complaint you will hear from offlaners. And then as a person who looks at a lot of pub drafts and plays a lot, it's like, why don't we have an initiator? Mid and offlane are like the two of the biggest for this in the core roles. And you can see the support picks. Like, you can say, oh, support should do it. They first phase. They have revealed the hand. It is now up to the cores who insist on having the later picks to adapt to the draft, not just to what the enemy has, but what their team has. So more responsibility is on the cores, in my opinion. And because of that, you want heroes who are very self-sufficient in the lane and can initiate. Those would be my go-to recommendations for... you should at least have like 1 or 2 of those heroes in your hero pool. And then as you see things, you can adapt and be like, oh, it's actually a really good Viper game. Oh, it's a really good Razor game. You can do that. But I would have like your backpack just, it's a very vague draft. We need initiation once again. Centaur, Axe, Beastmaster. If I was going to learn offlane a lot, I would learn Beastmaster. I think he fits like every single pub game. Slardar's not bad. He just has more polarizing matchups and he like falls behind if he doesn't get a good one. Or you don't play well. Like, these guys can all jungle. I recommended a lot of the in these tier. For pubs, that's like, that would be what I recommend. I think Tidehunter is good. Yeah, he's a good pub one. Are there any changes to this list after 7.40C? I'm sure there will be. Timber lost like 3 base strength, right? We can probably just like shift these guys down. Timber lost 3 base strength and he lost some strength gain and some of this stuff. I think what will happen to Slardar is not that he is dead, but right now Slardar can be picked in the very first phase because he paired with a lot of popular heroes and he was good enough. This nerf, maybe it goes down a bit, you know? The bigger thing is what will happen to the carry pool. Clinks got hit pretty hard. Ursa lost a singular Fury Swipe. So the question is, Slardar had good matchups and then the negative armor paired with other stuff. So that's what I'm not sure on, is if there will be a shift in heroes, especially now that Largo is in Captain's mode. Certainly going to shape the competitive meta for Blast Slam. 6, I think, is where they're at, right? That's the question. I don't think Beastmaster brain dead. Brain dead, easy to have impact, maybe. I think you have to actually be pretty skilled to play him to use the boars correctly, especially the like stack and farm timing, the micro. Can I have impact every game? Can be picked almost all the time safely. That part's like turn the brain off. How can I have impact? Pick him, but the actual hero, I think, moderately involved. At least some brain formation required. Sergeant Patton, thank you so much for subscribing. I think we're about to wrap up here, actually, but for next time, it'll be good to go. All right. Let's see. Well, tomorrow, I'll be working on some stuff, so I don't think we'll stream, even though this patch just came out, and it's tempting to, but think I got I have so many different Dota video ideas. It's why we took like the last week off to work on things. So I don't think I'm gonna stream. Friday, I think we might. I think we'll be back on Friday. Where can we go? Ooh, guys, maybe you guys can see the all right, Twitch people. Wesley Affair is covering open qualifiers. You could see perhaps one of those teams will pick one of the first competitive Largos possible in Captain's mode. I'll send you guys there. YouTube gang, you guys are just going to be free to go since we have no rating. We'll be back on Friday. Our guest plan. I don't have any roll queue tokens, actually. So we're either queuing everything up to earn roll queue to keep spamming offlane to learn it better, or we'll just be like doing this and we'll see what we get. I haven't fully decided yet. I guess you guys will find out on Friday. Okay, Twitch gang, see you later. Peace out. YouTube, I'll see you later as well.